Muy buenos días a todos ustedes, mis estimados. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana, que hayan dormido rico, que hayan dormido mejor que yo. Eso es lo que les deseo. Que definitivamente hayan dormido mejor que yo, porque a la 1 de la mañana mi queridísimo Vini decidió treparse encima de la cama. No sé qué estaba haciendo, pero le estaba dando unas patadas a Belén y en lo que se estaba acostando en mí. Y nada más escuchaba a Belén como estaba toda enojadota, dando vueltas en la cama y moviendo todo. Y me quedé despierto, honestamente, simplemente con el buen Vini, muriéndome de cariño por él, porque es un divino, es un divino. Y mi mujer lo ama y lo adora y se queja de él todo el tiempo. Es como yo, básicamente. Pero sí, dormí muy poco y no importa, solamente lo digo porque tal vez mi cerebro no esté funcionando como normalmente y eso ya es por debajo del nivel de todos, así que necesito un poco de ayuda por ahí. Es más, hoy que déjeme le doy un trago al café. Para todos ustedes que están por acá, recuerden que este es un episodio del Casino del Tío Salo. Ahorita vamos a analizar todas las tablas, vamos a ver Bitcoin, vamos a ver cómo va el sector cripto, vamos a ver todo el mercado, etcétera. Pero por supuesto que antes vamos a tener que platicar de el mercado y con la caída del mercado. Güey, pobre gente que son bipolares y que tienen que estar todo el tiempo. No, el mercado va a caer. Al día siguiente, no, el mercado va a subir. Al día siguiente, no, el mercado va a caer. Pobrecitos. Vamos a poner un poco de coherencia en esto para todos ustedes, pero antes quiero también invitarlos a que se den una vuelta en salovisa.com, se registren, es absolutamente gratis. Lo único que quiero es poder tener su correo, su información, para si algún día, bueno, o cuando más bien llegue el día que YouTube diga, se acabó, tío Salo, dices puras pendejadas, tengamos otro lugar donde encontrarnos sin tener que lidiar con esto. No te voy a mandar correos ni mandarte nada de que te quiero vender nada, no vendo nada. Nada. No me han visto vender nada en no sé cuántos años. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Lo único que sí quiero hacer es comenzar esto con la psicología del mercado. Ya saben ustedes que para mí es completamente irrelevante todas las estupideces que digan en las noticias. Lo único que quiero ver quiero enterarme qué exactamente es lo que está pasando, qué es lo que están diciendo, qué narrativas están construyendo en este momento y poder analizar qué tan reales son y qué efectos tienen en la gente. Y lo que me he dado cuenta es el día de ayer, y simplemente vamos a empezar, ¿saben qué? Yo creo que compartiendo la pantalla del SP500, porque todo el mundo está friqueándose. ¿Por qué está cayendo tanto el mercado? ¿Por qué está cayendo tanto el mercado? Aquí está el SP500, lo tengo en la de 2 semanas, vamos a ponerlo en la diaria para que sea justo. Vamos a ver por qué está cayendo tanto el mercado de este tope a donde está ahorita, un 1.42% para abajo. No, espero que, uy, ojalá y se pueda recuperar el mercado. Qué caída tan brutal. La recesión nos quedó corta, damas y caballeros. Uf, 1,5%. Y lo mejor de todo esto, y esto es lo que les tengo que compartir a todos ustedes, es las noticias que están poniéndole a todos ustedes, a todo el mundo en este momento para tenerlos, pero absolutamente perdidos. Ahí les va, ¿están listos? Vean todas estas, y es de la misma página de mierda. Esta es una de esas páginas completamente llenas de propaganda, y ahí les va. Todas las noticias son malas, todas, ¿no? 17% de profesores en Estados Unidos necesitan un segundo trabajo. ¿Qué? No, eso no lo sabía. Qué bueno que me lo dijeron. Espérame, odio este mouse. Luego dicen, Citron Research acaba de hacer un doblete en su short de Palantir y ahora dice que Palantir va a caer a $40. Todo esto, para que entiendan, está pasando en 1 hora, 2 horas. Todas estas noticias malas, ¿no? Que les están dando. La que sigue. Ahora hay 498 unicornios de inteligencia artificial o compañías privadas de inteligencia artificial valuadas a más de $1,000 millones por un valor combinado de 2.7 trillones. Esto es muy importante para que sepan, porque hay una burbuja de inteligencia artificial, así que está a punto de explotar. Quiero que también sepan, el empleo de la gente joven en Canadá está llegando, el desempleo de la gente joven en Canadá está llegando al nivel más alto desde el 2010. Todo esto lo sabemos. Mejor, Newswire, para cambiar un poco las bancarrotas están pasando los niveles de los 2020. Todo esto lo sabemos. A menos de que vivas debajo de una piedra y no estés viendo todo esto lo sabemos. Y el hecho que solamente lo estén saliendo a decir ahorita otra vez es para que te espantes más y simplemente no entiendas que esto va a continuar subiendo. Otra vez, Vanguard, ¿no? Uno de los fondos más grandes del mundo como BlackRock, Vanguard, etcétera, Blackstone, dicen que hay que comprar más bonos que acciones en la próxima década. Aquí todavía aún más contundente. Vanguard te está sugiriendo que a la verga las acciones, mándalas todas a la chingada. Ya saben que Vanguard lo está haciendo por su bien y también esta página les está reportando todo lo bueno del mundo y lo que quieren es que te protejas y compres y vendas todas tus acciones y compres 70% de los bonos para la próxima década. Ok. Y la que sigue es bancarrotas, una vez más, están yendo a los niveles más altos. Y una vez más, esto lo está repite y repite y repite y repite y repite y repite esta página. Entonces, pregúntense, ¿esto en verdad es la caída del mercado? Quiero que tengan algo en mente siempre, por favor, es si el mercado cae y empieza a caer, lo único que tienes que ver y entender es lo siguiente. No tienes que ver ninguna tabla, solamente tienes que ver el estudio tienes que ver porcentajes, ¿no? Estás viendo el SP 500, el Dow Jones, etcétera. Lo que tienes que entender es, abajo de 5%, una corrección de 5% es una gran oportunidad. Una corrección de 2,5% es una oportunidad normal. Una corrección de 10% es wow. Y una corrección arriba de 10% hasta 15% es impresionante. 20% se pone en qué gran oportunidad. Debajo de eso, y todo también pueden pasar. Pero que el mundo esté y salga y te diga, güey, que la bolsa está cayendo porque bajó el SP 500 un 1,5% ya, y que saquen todas estas malas noticias que todos sabemos, una vez más, todos vivimos en esta realidad, es una estupidez gigantesca. Lo único que quieren es miedo, equivócate, cágala, todo. No tengas miedo. Y para también no tener miedo y no caer en estas estupideces, tenemos que siempre entender que poner todo nuestro dinero en el mercado y poner más de lo que nos alcanza y poner todos nuestros ahorros y quedarnos sin un centavo y cualquier cosa mala puede pasar y dejarnos sin dinero, eso va a causar miedo dentro de ti, va a causar que te equivoques. Y es lo que están buscando a fin de cuentas, tío. Es lo único que están buscando. Este gran miedo, esta agitada para todos ustedes, para que todos estén bien cagados de miedo y no sepan qué hacer, qué decir, qué es lo que va a pasar, etcétera. Tranquilos, no ha cambiado nada. Y ahora, hoy va a haber más resultados de minoristas. Varias empresas han tenido malos resultados y están vendiendo a todos los Están vendiéndole a todos ustedes la idea que las empresas tecnológicas van a caer. Les están diciendo que Meta se está echando para atrás con AI y haciendo su equipo más corto. No, Meta ya tiene inteligencia artificial que se está mejorando a sí misma y Meta va a acabar siendo una empresa que va a funcionar solamente con su CEO y tal vez uno que otro empleado humano. Y lo mismo va a pasar con todas las demás tecnológicas y esto va a permitir que hagan más dinero a través del futuro. Yo les dije, cuando venga esta corrección que estoy esperando yo, en la que estoy montado con todos mis espíritus y bla, 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 cuando venga esta corrección, yo no sé si las empresas tecnológicas van a corregir como todas las demás, porque son las únicas que literalmente simplemente pueden seguir haciendo dinero, despidiendo más gente y volviéndose más eficientes y además todo el mundo está en ellas, todos, 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 todos. Es un poco de novato pensar que podrían en este momento caer las empresas tecnológicas cuando todo lo que hay es consumismo. Y ellas se encargan, recuerda, las empresas tecnológicas como Meta, como Meta que es Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, X, todo eso es consumismo. Todo eso no es entretenimiento. El entretenimiento es generado por la gente para poder vender cosas en la plataforma. Ellos lo único que se dedican es venderte cosas. Y todo lo que todo el mundo está haciendo y lo que estás viendo literalmente diario, es cómo la gente se está endeudando diario para poder impresionar a toda la gente en Instagram, porque es muy importante. Si no estás endeudado para impresionar a todos tus amigos en Instagram, ¿qué estás haciendo, carnal? ¿Viviendo? Por favor, déjate de mamadas y endeúdate para preocuparte todo el día y poder vivir miserablemente y llenarte de estrés y morirte lo antes posible. Te lo ruego, no seas así. No vivas esta vida de, güey, yo no quiero ser parte de esto. No seas uno de esos tontos. Entonces, estas personas, estas empresas tecnológicas, van a caer, sobre todo en un boom como el de IA, que literalmente está a punto de cambiar la manera en la que todos estamos viviendo y vamos a vivir en un futuro demasiado cercano. No, no. Me cuesta hasta trabajo pensar que van a caer en una corrección gigante. Tal vez caerían por efecto del mercado compuesto, pero más allá de eso tienes que ser un gran novato en el mercado para creer esa gran narrativa que también están sacando junto con todas las tonterías que tienen acá. Así que, por favor, por favor, por favor, por favor, por favor, tranquilícense, respiren, recuerden, Si estás invirtiendo y tienes un plan, simplemente es agregar en las oportunidades. Sabes perfectamente que un 2,5% es una buena manera de agregar. Personalmente no sé si lo tomaría. Yo tomaría 5, 10%, 15%, arriba de 20%, por supuesto, y etcétera. Y también depende qué estrategia tengas, pero tienes que entender que ese tipo de correcciones son las importantes. Un 1,5% simplemente se los voy a poner aquí enfrente para que lo puedan ver también. Con el dólar, les voy a poner esto rapidísimo. Solamente vean al dólar. El dólar acá está siendo rechazado rapidísimo. Ahora, el dólar, ustedes saben que yo digo va a explotar al alza cuando todo se vaya a cocinar y todo se va a ir a la verga, que todo sigue en pie lo que les he dicho de acuerdo a mí, ¿ok? No, todavía no hay falla, seguimos con los tiempos, todo. Estás viendo, el dólar vino hasta acá y ahora está corrigiendo. Con que venga una vez más solamente esta línea verde, con eso ya chingaste. Ahí está tu 1% que bajó todo el mercado, se recuperó y vámonos, ¿no? Es lo único que necesitas saber. Además de que si volteo a ver el peso, cuando el peso dólar baja, cuando el peso se aprecia en contra del dólar, la bolsa sube. Y en este momento parece que el peso va a regresar a 18.7 planos, 18.69. También estás viendo los bonos, están quedando muy neutrales, no te están diciendo absolutamente nada. Por cierto, este es un bajo más bajo que este y este es un alto más bajo que este. Eso quiere decir que el rendimiento de los bonos efectivamente va a venir a este 4% plano y después al 3,15%. Va a tomar muchísimo tiempo. Y esta semana, también para todos los que no lo sepan, tenemos la Junta de la Reserva Federal en Jackson Hole. Por favor, pongan muchísima atención a todo lo que Jerome Powell va a decir, se lo ruego. Angústiense muy bien y también absorban todos los datos y luego vean todo lo que está haciendo y todas las cosas y las formas en las que habla para que puedan predecir el mercado, porque si la regla es no tradees cuando te dan datos reales, que me imagino que son reales y deberían de tradear perfectamente, pero no tradean bien, el viernes, la junta de Jerome Powell. ¡Qué impresión! ¡Qué impresión! Recuerden, lo único que importa es el dinero está caro o está barato. Está caro en este momento y por más que baje Jerome Powell las tasas una vez en septiembre, eso es simplemente para mantener el show continuando, ¿ok? Es lo único. Cuando veas que las hipotecas, cuando hables con el banco, y de nuevo, no te vas a perder el camino para abajo, no te vas a perder nada. Cuando veas que las hipotecas están baratas, ¿no? Cuando veas que un préstamo de coche está barato, cuando veas que un préstamo de oficina está barato, bien, eso es muy bueno para ti y eso es lo que quieres aprovechar. Ahorita que están caros, quieres quedarte fuera de eso, estar en acciones, tranquilo. Una vez que empiecen a bajar tipos de verdad y que no sea solamente una pequeña parte y a la verga el siguiente año vemos qué pedo, una vez que hagan eso, para mí ese es el del mercado. Hasta ahora no tenemos eso. Y lo único que tienen es la mentira de que Jerome Powell les va a dar información que es relevante para todos ustedes como si fuera su trabajo. Por favor, dejen de creer esto, no se me preocupen por nada, sigan con su plan. Creo que hemos puesto bastante enfrente de la mesa para todos ustedes para entenderlo y pues continuamos tal cual. Sin más ni más, los quiero invitar, por supuesto, a los que quieren ser partícipes del casino del tío Salvo y no olviden ese sorteo de $8,000 en el casino en salovisa.com, que es en septiembre 1, literalmente en 10 días vamos a estar anunciando quién se lleve esos $8,000. Los quiero invitar a que caigan a nuestro Discord. Para todos ustedes, los que estén interesados, vengan a darse una vuelta por acá, por supuesto. Aquí lo tienen. Este es nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy, no el de los Foxys, que ando comprando a lo loco esos Foxys. Y me preguntaban, ¿por qué, Alejandro? ¿Qué ganas? Absolutamente nada. Se me hacen adorables y me gusta mucho lo que hace el equipo. Pero en los NFTs, recuerden que nada que tiene sentido funciona. Simplemente es hype, hype, hype idiota. Y eso es lo que hace funcionar ese mercado. No me gustan los NFTs de hype, me gusta lo que me gusta y ya. Así que no crean que es una recomendación. Tenemos aquí nuestro server de Elite Trading Academy, nuestro Discord. El enlace está en la descripción de aquí abajo para todos ustedes. Súper fácil de usar, es gratis también. Todo aquí a la izquierda son los menús. Entonces vas a tener, por ejemplo, los análisis de Alex, le vas a picar a Los análisis de Farhan, le vas a picar por acá, Te metes criptolingo. Si hay alguna que otra cosa que no entiendan, que están viendo por acá, las abreviaciones en inglés y en español las tenemos por acá para todos ustedes. Lo que necesiten, aquí está, ¿ok? Para que puedan tener y continúa para abajo por cualquier duda que vayan a tener. También puedes venir a nuestro chat general. Vean, buy the dip, se le acabó el dinero a Ultrabot. Ultrabot ya está listo para irse a trabajar a McDonald's con esas manos de diamante. Ay, güey, felicidades, Mango. Mango, te estás dando unas vacaciones de no mames, ¿dónde andas? Se parece esto a un poco a, ¿cómo se llama? Ahora que fui a España, Marbella, que está muy bonito Marbella, me encantó. Pero vénganse al chat general acá, vamos a ver cómo estamos todos por acá. Siempre es bueno poder apoyarte en la teoría de otros, ver qué es lo que están pensando, qué es lo que traen entre manos, poner tu teoría al juego enfrente de todos. Recuerden, no te dejas manipular por todos, simplemente es bueno tener otros puntos de vista para que tú mismo analices esos puntos de vista. Ven y comparte tus ganancias o tus pérdidas con nosotros. Vamos a ver si Tomatito anda por acá. Tomatito anda tomados de vacaciones. Todos ustedes están de vacaciones, cabrones. Un 200%, un 168%. Felicidades, mi estimado. Excelente trade. Néstor, mi estimado Tocayo, 56%. Te llevas tus $12,000 a casa. Felicidades, bien armado, cabrón. Bien, bien armado. Acá perdiste literalmente todo tu trade en un 100X. ¿Tiene sentido? Tomatito, ¿por qué lo cerraste? Honestamente, ¿no? Ya habías perdido, solamente te faltó perder 0.03%. ¿Por qué lo cerraste? Pinche Tomatito tiene toda la razón del mundo. Me sacó de mi ST, Tomatito. Lo que pasa es que tienes también los fees del exchange, por supuesto. Un 167%, nada mal, con un 120X. Malditos degenerados. Bien por todos ustedes, bien por todos ustedes. Vamos a continuar esto. He tenido mi mejor mes de trading también, que continúa, eliminando todo el ruido del mundo y quiero y les deseo a todos ustedes lo mismo. Ahora, si son unos degenerados como su tío Salo y como toda la gente acá y quieren tradear en futuros que no tiene que ver con, ¿cómo se llaman? Opciones, futuros perpetuos, que esos nunca cierran. Lo único que tienes que hacer es venir a Elite Trading Academy, a nuestro sitio web, es gratis, aquí está en la descripción de abajo, te picas en tutos, y una vez que te metes en tutos, le vas a picar cómo tradear en bluffing, y acá te da un video de 5 minutitos de cómo usar el exchange, cómo mandar dinero a tu cuenta, cómo mandarla dentro de tu cuenta a donde la tienes que poner, cómo abrir un trade, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, etcétera. Y acá tienes el enlace. Bluffing es el exchange que usamos solo para criptos y tiene un 150X de apalancamiento. Eso quiere decir que con $1,000 puedes apalancarte hasta 150,000. Si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no te recomiendo absolutamente eso para nada. Y BTCC, que es lo mismo que esto, y si ves este video vas a saber cómo usar BTCC igualito. La cosa en BTCC es que también tienen acciones tokenizadas, tienen oro, tienen Nvidia, tienen Tesla, tienen Coinbase, todas estas cosas encima de todos los criptos y te dejan apalancarte en criptos hasta 500X. 500X, con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade de $500,000. Obviamente te equivocas tantito y te va a dejar en cero. Pero lo mejor de todos estos exchanges es que estos exchanges también tienen, ¿cómo se llama? Tienen simuladores. Si todavía no has aprendido, no te estoy diciendo, métete con todo al casino. Y por cierto, mucha gente me está escribiendo y me dicen, güey, ¿qué opinas? No sé, ahora aparentemente alguien les está diciendo a todos que hacer trading es como ir a apostar en un casino. Esto se llama el casino del tío Salo. Me estoy perdiendo de algo, entré en otra realidad y no me di cuenta. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando? Sin más ni más, vámonos a ver las tablas. Vamos a analizar todo esto con el buen Farhan. Aquí los tengo. My gentle man. Wait,
Buenos días, mi chamacos.
1 second. How are
Yo,
you?
good morning.
Doing
Good
well.
morning.
I learned that word from that movie Coco. I just watched it like a day ago.
Is it good? It's supposed to be good,
I
right?
like it a lot. I like it a lot. It was awesome.
That was a good movie.
Those animated movies, dude, they always bring it. They always do. I mean, you know that they make the movie and then they redo it and redo it until it's perfect. So you can't really fuck that up when you have a limited money like a studio. So good for those motherfuckers.
And I learned about Dia de la Muerte in Mexico.
Dude, it's rad as fuck. If you've never been there, while it happens like around it's November 2nd, November 3rd, whatever the fuck it is, it's one of the best holidays to me in the world because it's so unique and special, you know. I really like it. So if you have a chance looking at it, I'd say participate at least in one of those. What are we looking at, Alex? The Bitcoin? God damn it.
We're looking at Bitcoin. I'm updating the trading alerts. I'm canceling all shorts, actually. I mean, longs right now.
Longs.
And I'll explain why. I'm not really liking price action today. We were really understanding that this is kind of the bounce zone. And we need to start making a move back above $114,000. We were able to get a bounce. I mean, longs were going well. But unfortunately, this is now looking like a bearish retest on the daily. brewing a breakdown down to right at that daily EMA 100. This is not a good perspective if you're trying to long this. This is really looking quite heavy. I believe FOMC minutes are coming out today, and markets are preparing for, well, Jackson's Hole. No, Jackson Hole. Or is
The
it?
same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
It's more like Jerome Powell's hole. That's what everyone's preparing to lake right now.
Yeah.
Or we
and
could,
it's
or
on
we could
Friday,
say
so-
traders hole, because we're
That too.
all about to get some dildos inserted into them, whether
Well,
they be green or red.
It's also very good because, you know, they're giving you real data and you can use that for anything but trading. So there you go. Just
Yeah.
find your, yeah.
You can
exactly.
use it for arguments with strangers on Twitter.
There it
Oh,
is.
that's pretty good. Yeah.
that's a
Make
good
sure
one.
to stay really mad the whole time too.
Yeah, so this just isn't looking really bullish to me. And maybe even if you just go to a 4-hour, you can just see, yeah, you just simply formed another lower high right at that 4-hour EMA 9, which is 4-hour is in Silver Cross. You should be gauging that 4-hour EMA 9 anyways in confluence with that $114,000 region. So not very bullish today. We were hoping longs were going to work. I've canceled them fully. You know, we had an Ethereum long, we had a Bitcoin long. Able to cancel them and cut them small profits. And so now into today, well, I'm watching this 4-hour, and I want to really watch carefully where this 4-hour closes. For me today now, it's looking like we're going to get a move down to the daily EMA 100. Just to put it bluntly, it looks like at minimum $112,000 is coming up next. We need to play what we know, right? So we're watching these lows. Why would we watch these lows? Well, these are the lows that held essentially the weekly trend. If I delete this, you can see here that this was a low. Then we moved up, formed another high. So this is just looking like a weekly high or low. The only way that this is going to hold bullish is, well, if you don't take out this wick low here. Now, when I look at the daily and I see the objective is essentially where that wick low is, you know, kind of at, right at that $112,000 region, you do have to really look at this very with caution goggles and just be understanding that if you do make your way down to $112,000, at this point, there's nothing much for bulls talking about maybe a bounce from this point. To me, this will just look like a breakdown. Every long with their stop here, logically playing weekly trend, you know, could actually fuel this down, testing right around that $110,000 region. I do think it's wise to be cautious here today, considering this could be a potentially 2% move down before we get a bigger bounce. Because how my system works is you're watching the 9, the 21, the 34. When you're above all of those moving averages, generally that gives you a buy trigger. Now, when you lose the daily EMA 34, and we talked about this on stream, which was all eyes on the daily EMA 34. If we lose that, this will give you confluence of a move down if you reject, targeting back right around that daily EMA 100. So it's going to be really crucial to watch today, and really bears are excited and they're wanting to get follow through down closer to 110,600. So that's kind of the objective today for bears, essentially. While bulls are just praying to bull Jesus that you essentially don't take out, you know, the beginning of August lows right around that $112,000 region. It's a big zone. I mean, $114,000 need to hold, and it did not. You even see here the weekly EMA 9 was sitting right around that region. Again, just not a good sign. When you throw on the HPDR, you just see, yeah, I mean, visually, you've rejected the median. Next target is actually closer to that $103,000 region. So again, just kind of playing into the idea that, yeah, bears are more in control here than bulls. What we had here was a nice chop consolidation leading to a new high. But as soon as you do start taking out the last weekly high or low, this is when everything starts fizzling out. For bulls, weekly trend potentially is flipped down. You just simply have to gauge a weekly EMA 9 retest, either flipping that into resistance into next week, or maybe even getting bought up and getting back above, never taking out the low formed at $112,000. So that's what I'm watching today. If we go to the 8-hour, there's some hopium. I throw this on. wants to load. So the hopium was this. The 8-hour put in a nice candle. We just simply needed to see, what is this? I guess I'll use the SMA 200. You just really need to hold above the, EMA 200 if you use that for lower time frame, or the SMA 200, both lined up. So you can put both on, both lined up at the same spot. This is a big zone. Like when you fell below it and then got back above, this is what kind of marked the bottom here. You just kind of got chopped. But the point is, you really want to watch and see if this is going to hold today, or if this is just going to be a trap for bulls, bearish retest, and now you're about to nuke. And that's why I had to cancel long, because to me, this was before the daily even flipped red. It just seemed like, yeah, that's very probable to happen. And now this really candle can start filling out to the downside. I know a lot of people are like, well, weren't you waiting for a bounce? Yeah, yesterday I was really hoping that into the new 3-day candle close, this would be a breakdown. I really did want to see that $116,000 be a bearish retest. We immediately opened down on this new 3-day candle. So that tells me that this is being front ran. Very weak. Bulls were not even able to get it up on this new 3-day candle. Let me see here. We opened at 115,460, and the high of this 3-day candle is 115,460. So literally open, as soon as it's open, dumped. Crazy. Now we're gauging 2 days. We want to see, well, are we going to lose $114,000? Because this is just kind of the brewings of a major range breakdown. We had a range well respected. $114,000 being support, $116,000 acting like a mid-range, then you had that $118,000 acting as that extremity high resistance. You saw the reaction when you broke out from here, forming a new high, and now you've broken down on the 3-day. This is now really just looking, again, like it wants to go right around that 110,600. You're seeing this price come up again. This is a big zone. Remember, this is what was major resistance in this consolidation. Let me clear this up. Chop, chop, chop. This was rejecting, busted up, formed a new high. So if you do come all the way back testing these wick highs, I'm not really looking at that as bearish, but kind of like the last zone. I mean, that's kind of like the last big zone that you need to hold as the bull, essentially. And why would I say that? Well, that's just based on the EMA 100. This literally held the bottom here on this major dump. Bitcoin had went down. Let's do it. From wick high to wick low, 11%, forming a local bottom before moving all the way up to a new high. And that's why we don't want to disregard the EMA 100. My rule allows me not to be aggressive on shorts as long as you are above the EMA 100. This has been working out well. And when you are under the EMA 100, generally on shorts. So if you're now testing, like you're going to retest this region, it's looking like, why would you, why be aggressive here? Just wait for the daily EMA 100. This is really going to mold a lot of trades up or down. Lose that, you'll start targeting closer to 100K. Hold that, you could then argue this was a major SR flip and potentially a bottom. Because again, you never flipped these wick highs into support. You broke out. So if you ended up coming all the way down, testing the weekly EMA 34, 2-week EMA 9, daily EMA 100, and also just the meme line, just more reasons on why you should be looking at this zone as a bigger bounce zone than a breakdown zone. Now, if you start losing 1093, 109,300, yeah, that's a confirmed breakdown. That is literally, I'll just make that a red line because that is my last line in the sand for bulls. That you absolutely need to see this zone hold. We can make this bigger, nice girthy. You can see this is like a range. You can just delete this. Can use this here. There you go. So this is the last line in the sand for bulls because Well, what we've seen was when 1093 rejects, I mean, that is like destruction each time. Not a good time. Really, it's not a good time when 1093 rejects. You saw this. This is what took you. This 1093 rejection is what took you all the way down under 100K. Put it there. Right, that was a 10% move from this region. So that just tells you, yeah, this is a big zone. And just per the daily, it's just looking like this is brewing a move all the way down. Now, this is going to be really important to watch. We were scaling longs. I've covered all crypto longs. Still watching Tesla, Nvidia. But into today, I'm now really looking at, this rally to now fizzle out. This is really looking like the bearish retest. Bears simply just don't want this wick high to get taken out. So the high of today should hold, and this should start just coming down, in my opinion. Visually, this looks very heavy, right? You just see objective. Little meme line, got that wick low. So most likely it's going to move up, but then come down. Because I'm telling you, a lot of stops were here. This is where our Academy stop loss is. So if it's looking like the next objective is testing these lows, and you really do have to wonder if this is just going to fuel a breakdown and or having a lot of longs cover what should have been a weekly higher low. All right, visually, you can just see that. Boom, boom, boom. Needs the higher low here to go back up. If it doesn't and it takes this low out, then yeah, I mean, you don't really have a weekly hopium of an uptrend. And once you lose that weekly EMA 9, yeah, it's just not going to be a good sign. You've been above this weekly EMA 9. Only time you lost it was here in June before you went bigly up. Every other time, you've just been above it since getting back above in April. Big zone here, big zone. So that's what I'm seeing on Bitcoin. Looking very corrective to me, not looking the best. You have some data today, so maybe by the grace of Bull Jesus, this will come out good, and you'll get that move up to $116,000. I'm still watching that. If you do end up squeezing, $116,000 should be the spot. I'm not really looking at this $118,000 anymore, just simply based on trend. And I want to now look at either $116,000 being tested, but as it's that was kind of my idea today. But as long as $114,000 is going to be the spot and rejecting us, you really can't look for the next range or the next zone. You just can't. It's just like a level to level thing. So as long as you're under 114,000, staying under it, rejecting that 4-hour EMA 9, you're really just not allowed to be too bullish here. So we'll have to see. We will have to see. You even see this 4-hour took out the lows. So, I mean, if you ended up moving up, just watch like a move up to here. You just got an hourly close. Let's check that. Even a 2-hour close. So, could just be playing into a bearish retest here. Academy, I'll probably give a short out, or Foreign could potentially post that. And again, just playing on the camp that you really shouldn't see today's high get taken out. So in theory, this should just act as a really easy short trade. If it's going to be working out, of course, it doesn't have to. Could look like something like this. See, it's not bad. So that's what I have on Bitcoin. Watch $114,000. This is in breakdown. This looks like it is brewing a move all the way down to $110,000. Watch the daily EMA 100. That is my next target as long as you are under the EMA 34. Again, the hopium was that we're going to hit a short squeeze up. Testing this region here is not looking likely as long as 114,000 is rejecting. We can look at Bitcoin dominance now. You can see here, Bitcoin dominance was able to reclaim 59.7%. That's a good sign. Now the big question is it going to hold, and are we going to get expansion from here? You moved up, you've retested the zone, so perfect. And now you're kind of just gauging a move all the way up to that 60.7%. My criteria for Bitcoin dominance is still the same, though. You need to take out August 11th wick high. Simple as that. You can take that wick high out, throw it back. This can look like it's in the midst of an uptrend on the daily. Because if I take this out, delete it, this is just still in lower high posturing. And also you're under all the major moving averages that, well, Bitcoin dominance has been rejecting. Like we just throw these on. no buy trigger as long as you're under that EMA 34. So yeah, Hopium is nice. You got back above the 9. You've thrown it back. This is holding. Perhaps an objective to the daily 21, and then watching this wick high to see if you get that daily trend shift. Mhm. Okay, cool. Nice. And this is even giving you confluence of this daily move up, maybe to the 61.8%, right at 60.53%. I'm seeing some volatility on Bitcoin. It's nice. Damn, couldn't even reach our zone. Unfortunate. Watch the zone. I think this short trade is going to work out. So yeah, I mean, Bitcoin dominance to me is not looking the worst. It's looking like it can move up a little bit here. I'm watching the 60% region and all eyes on this high, this wick high right at 60.85%. You take this out and also hold above 60.75%, as I shown here, move up, trend shift, throw it back. Yeah, this will be a good look at potentially going all the way up to 62%. Now, where could I say 62% incoming? Well, really simply this. You need the EMA 34 to move more down, or simply get a nice combusting action green dildo move up, reclaiming the daily EMA 34 and holding above. Simple as that. Once that does occur, you'll get an objective to the daily EMA 100, and that is at 62 point. Yeah, 62.45%. Excuse me. Nice 12-hour. Got a nice breakout. Again, just looks like a throwback above 59.7%. So you can simply use 59.7% as your line in the sand for Bitcoin dominance. Above that is bullish. Below that is bearish. Yeah, I mean, this just looks good. Not good for an all-time high move, bottom, it's going up forever. No, but like I think you can easily go up to 60% from here. Very, very easily, shown on the 2-day, shown on the daily 21 here. Just seems very likely. So that has implications for maybe Ethereum. I'll finish out Bitcoin dominance on the monthly, still gauging that. Doesn't change with time. We're just kind of waiting 11 days to see where this closes, because this could be potentially marking a top for me. You need to see this monthly 9 hold into going into September. Simple as that. This has been holding this entire bull market. So if this doesn't hold the monthly MA9, you would be looking for a bearish retest and maybe a move all the way down to the monthly EMA 21. Now, let's say we go to the 21 before we close the monthly. I'll still be looking for a move up to the 9. And then if we reject, my objective then is going to the 34. And that just would make sense if the 9 has been giving you, is let's say holding this entire bull market. You should be gauging a monthly median, monthly 21 there to give you at least some kind of move. That move very easily could just put in a bearish retest of the monthly 9, because I mean, well, something that's been holding as strong as a monthly 9 then should reject as well. It's just the opposite. So we'll be looking at that into September. Maybe alts do well in September. I don't know. I don't know what that could mean. And that's why we're just going to play it whatever the charts give us. So Bitcoin dominance is looking good. Watch the 60% region. Gauge the daily EMA 21. You're using this EMA 21 as resistance, all while using August 11th wick high as your point to say, yeah, this could be potentially trend shifting. So okay, let's see here. We'll go to the weekly. And well, I mean, you hit support. We understood this was support. This is like always, anytime Tether dominance gets into that 4% to 3.79%, literally since the beginning of March, there's literally March of 2024, there's no reason at all why you should be looking at whenever price goes into here as really, really bearish. Rather, you should be gauging some kind of mean reversion move. That's exactly what we got here. You barely hit the meme line, just swipe down, hit it. It's good, checked it off for bears. But then you see this just got bought up, and now we've made your way to that zone that I was talking about that could be the next lower high zone. Now it's going to be really crucial to just simply watch this wick high. You just simply don't want 4.6% to get taken out. Same exact criteria we've been watching the past few weeks. Now, in the next 4 days, this is going to give you a lot more data. This is going to either tell you, yeah, we're reclaiming back above 4.4%, holding above the weekly EMA9. This is bullish consolidation, perhaps maybe a local bottoms forming. And that just worked out really well here. When you got back above 4.4% and then consolidated, held it, bounced off the weekly 9, this was bullish consolidation before a big breakout. So on the flip side, that's kind of what this is what bulls want. Exactly this scenario. They want a weekly 9 reclaim, 4.4% holding, leading to an expansion up to the 4.69% for the culture. Now, 4.69% is the big zone, and this new range that we're in, we've seen this kind of be aggressive. Moves down all the way to 4.4%, moves up all the way to 4.69%. Not really, just more closing and indecision. That's why the moving averages help you to know if this is bullish consolidation or not. 4.69% is a big zone. And mind you, if you end up squeezing up to that and rejecting, you would just be on higher low watch at that point. This has taken out my last lower high, and this could be potentially in a trend shift using this low as a local low. So, for the last few weeks, I've been saying, this is the hopium is a triple bottom. Mind you, most double bottoms fail, but bulls are going to try to use this as like a, what is it? It's a W formation. It's like usually what triple bottoms form. While bulls or bears want this just to be an M formation down, continuation, lower high going down. So, there's no lit cigar for bulls or bears. This is still in bear territory as long as you're under 4.69%. But just understand that this right here, getting back above 4.4%, was the sign for us last time to then be more bearish on Bitcoin and more bullish on Tether dominance. So that's closing in 4 days. There's no reason to front run this. A lot can happen in 4 days. So just understand that. That's kind of what I'm watching. If you are a mega bear, this is what you should be looking for. And that's just exactly playing out what happened here in the beginning of 2025. So you very well could just roll over here. I'll just say that. And that's why 4.6% your line in the sand to really let you understand if this is potentially about to go more up than just 4.69%. You would need this to trend shift. So, imagine this. It just rolls over here. How terrible. But again, just totally in the nature of crypto, almost trend shifting, not even taking out the last weekly wick high rejection before going down. So that's the weekly. 2-day literally tells you that exact scenario just on a 2-day. So instead of waiting for a weekly, you could just even front run this on a 2-day. Understand that the last occurrence where you reclaimed back above the EMA 34 led to a trap. So when I look at that, I'm going to say, okay, well, I'm going to just acknowledge this, and I'm going to be watching this carefully because this could be either do two things. It's either going to close above 4.4%, close above the 2-day EMA 34, hold it, and then move up, leading to a great weekly close. Or yeah, this will just deviate down and then reject down, leading to a nasty weekly close. And you're just literally using the same criteria, identifying this high here. That is the objective from this point, going to 4.6%, taking that out. Even if it rejects at 4.69%, you would just be looking at structure to form there. It's generally what has occurred. This move down, put in structure. You went up, you went down, you formed a low. You went up, you took out these highs. You went down, you formed a higher low. Bullish structure. You went up, you then got your higher high break and your breakout, getting back above the SMA 200, holding it, moving up. So that's exactly what you need to see here. Move up, bullish structure, and a breakout. Things don't just happen all at once. Generally, you just need structure to form. And that's why going quickly back to Bitcoin, that is what bulls want. It's just a weekly wick low to hold. 112,000 doesn't get taken out. And well, now we can put this lower. You just don't need this low to get taken out. Once the low is taken out, it's going to break down hard. But with what we know on the daily, it's not really looking that good. So just, understand all this. Way more in bear territory at this point. This is looking not the worst. So that is Bitcoin dominance. All eyes on 4.6%, all eyes on 4.4%, holding as support. And let's see really carefully if this weekly is about to give us another setup like it did in February, possibly here. So we did Bitcoin dominance, Tether dominance. Quickly can look at ETH BTC. All eyes on just 366. Simple as that. No need to overcomplicate things. 366 starts getting taken out, specifically on a weekly candle closure. Well, then you have to really wonder if Bitcoin dominance is about to put in a bigger move up, while ETH versus Bitcoin is about to maybe go lower. Lower for me would be right around 3263, which again quickly is a 12% move down. Very nice. That's actually crazy. Wow. So that's all I have. Interested to see what Farn has for us. And I will post that Academy short trigger, and we'll see if it actually fills.
Alrighty, fellas. Chamacos, should I say? I like that word a lot. I'm gonna keep using it. We're gonna start with the daily on CME. So this is the idea that we had been looking at for the past couple of live streams, where whenever you get that the 5 crossing below the 9 EMA, at a minimum you get to move down to your green 55. We are now at that green 55 EMA. If you look at the last major bottom that we had, it was right over here at that $98,000, $99,000 level. On spot, it was 98,330. On CME, it was around 99,000 because CME has a little bit of a premium. And you went a little bit below that 55 EMA. Basically the same idea that I'm looking for right now. A little bit below that 55 EMA, somewhere around that 61.8% where you hit last time around. Right now that 61.8% sits just around $110,000, $111,000. Now we're going to switch over to perpetuals. And if we look at perpetuals, well, that $110,000 area lines right up beautifully with our 100 EMA, lines up with the 95% range on the HPDR, multiple different significant zones for a bounce, at the very least, bounce, if not a reversal. When I'm thinking if you're going to get your reversal right around that area, somewhere between 110 to maybe a little bit lower to around $8,000. Somewhere in that zone, I do believe is going to be the next macro higher low before we continue to new all-time highs. And that's also what happened last time around, right along that 100 EMA and that extreme 95% zone on the HPDR. So a similar idea that I'm looking for to play out now. Also, what else we're seeing is that the momentum on the HPDR is entering deep within the bearish control zone. It wasn't even this low back during the August dump towards about $111,000. It wasn't this low on the dump towards 98,130. It wasn't this low on the dump to, what is that, 100K. It hasn't been this low since the dump in April. This is the only time we've ever went this low on HPDR momentum, and it immediately got a bounce, and that was the bottom. If you go before, when we were in this area on the HPDR on the momentum, it was around March when we dumped to around 77-ish thousand dollars, and that was also under major low. Sure, we went a little bit lower, but we did end up bouncing a significant amount from that area. But if we take it from a closing basis, we bounced like almost 13%. Yeah, it's a pretty good amount. Did end up making a slightly lower low, but once again, once we entered that area and momentum again, it was also the next macro bottom. So it does mark very significant a significant area to be this low on momentum, which lines up with approaching the 95% on the HPDR. Multiple different things telling you that very likely you're going to get a bounce there. So the 2-day. 2-day is now getting below that 38.2%, getting below our 21 EMA, basically giving you a magnet for price of somewhere around that 61.8% to that 55 EMA, which is that same 110 to like 108-ish $1,000 area. Right now, momentum is starting to shift down, getting close to getting into the bearish control zone, while volatility is shifting up, and you have a fresh sell signal on the jewel. Last time you had momentum entering into these lows, you came all the way down to, what is that level on the HPO right now? That is the 61.8%. And right now the 61.8% is that $110,000 zone. And once we break that area, what we're going to be looking for, because right now we are starting to approach a lower low from this closing low, while momentum is still making a higher low, there is going to be possible bullish divergence at that point, and that's what's going to send us back up to current all-time highs. Probably will not be enough to take you to new all-time highs, but it should be at the very least enough to retest the current ones. And that's just an idea until it's confirmed, because to confirm it, you're going to have to make a local bottom. And to make a local bottom right now, you have to close over about 118,500. At that point, we're going to have to see what number it is to confirm it then. But as long as you're holding above these momentum lows, there is going to be possible bullish divergence. Let's go to the index for this one. Index right now is also approaching that 21 EMA at the bottom, 38.2%, lines up also with $110,000. 21 EMA, if you look at it on the 5-day, was our previous macro higher low before we continue to new all-time highs. We put in a very nice hammerhead green candle right off that 55 EMA. Basically the same idea I'm looking for to happen now, maybe a little bit below that 55, top 108, 109, but I do expect the same idea to play out with that 55 EMA, because this just doesn't look like a macro high. If you were to look at what a macro high would look like on a 5-day candle, let's go to, oops. This was a macro high for several months, and it made like a busting action move to the upside. Then it made a nice little top doji, and from there it went sideways. But this is still not the type of top I'm looking for. Here we go. Right here in October of 2021, that is what a macro high looks like. You make a shooting star, you take it out ever so slightly, and then you dump it. See if we can find another example. It's going to be a lot more visible on the weekly. Right over here in December 2017, you just go basically straight up. You put in a bearish engulfing, and then basically it dumps, gets bought up, tries to make a bearish retest, and then it dumps even further. But it's going to be a lot more visible on the weekly. Weekly is now losing that median, giving you a magnet towards somewhere around that 21 EMA, which is ever so slightly going to rise up. That's what gives me that target of somewhere around $108,000 if we were to get to that 21 EMA. The last time we made our last major low, it front ran that 21 EMA just by a little bit. So the 21 right now is at 107, so 108 would be a little bit of a front run of that 21. Right now, momentum is freshly flipping to the downside with volatility just entering into expansion phase, and we are very close to getting a hidden bullish divergence with momentum just about to drop below these lows here. Once that happens, we're going to have that hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day and the weekly, which the weekly one probably does send us to new all-time highs. But it's just an idea until it's confirmed. And the weekly is now giving us a fresh sell signal on the jewel and putting in bearish divergence on the jewel by making a lower high on momentum with a higher high in price. And that will be confirmed with any close below about 112,436. That'll give you an easy target of that $108,000 area. See what's below there. Okay. And now let's go towards, there we go. It's a lot more visible on the weekly. There's our last macro high, made a major top red doji, and then you went sideways. Same one over here, bearish engulfing. $2017, you got the bearish engulfing. That's another very beautiful one. The current one just doesn't look like that. Still think there's one more swipe at the least. 2-week is also now flipping down on momentum with volatility entering into a expansion phase. Your 2-week is now taking out these previous lows on momentum while price is still making a higher low, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence on the 2-week also. To confirm it, a little difficult. You're going to have to close over 124,277, basically closing over our current all-time highs, but that will give you an easy target of hitting somewhere around 133. And then the next level above there is still a very beautiful number of $169,000. That'd be a perfect top. I'd be happy with that. And right now on the 2-week, you are approaching. You are sitting at the 5 EMA right now, which is about 112,700. I don't think this is going to be the zone to bounce. I'm looking a little bit lower towards that 9 EMA, which sits at a very beautiful $109,000 level, somewhere around that 110 to 108 area. Look at the 2-week Jewel. Jewel's now starting to curve back around, giving you a neutral signal, but it has not switched into a sell signal just yet. And it's putting in bearish divergence by making a lower high on momentum, while price is making a higher high. That will confirm with any close below about same number, 112,657, giving you an easy target of about 108 to 110. Monthly is now giving you a rejection of that 38.2%, getting below it. You have about 11 days and 10 hours left to go. Momentum is shifting to the downside, still putting in possible hidden bullish divergence, which will be possible as long as you're closing over about $82,567. Right now, it's a little difficult to confirm. You will have to close over about 123,181. But on the next close and the next close, it'll eventually become easier and easier as long as you're closing over about 82,000. Although if you are testing somewhere around that $82,000 area, it's a little unlikely that you're going to maintain that close. Very, very likely that a hidden bullish divergence will no longer become possible at that point. If you look at the monthly Jewel, it is starting to curve back around, still giving you a buy signal and putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out that previous low, which is still going to be active. By now, if you do get this close like this, you would have a minimum target of coming down to hit your 5 EMA, which is going to ever so slightly rise on the close. Right now, it's sitting at about $107,000. If it ever so slightly rises to 108, that'd be very perfectly bias fitting. And as long as you're holding over that monthly 5 EMA, the trend is still very strongly to the upside. If you look at our monthly relationship with the 5 EMA, whenever it gets very far away from that 5 EMA, it likes to go kind of sideways until they get to reconnect with it, and then it gets its next busting action, gets a little far away, likes to go sideways for a little bit, reconnect, and then on the major one, it comes to the 9, then it busts. Then to the 5, as long as you're holding over that 5, you shouldn't really be looking for any lower than that 5. And that's at that $107,000 area. Let's go to the quarterly. Quarterly is still got that close ever so slightly over that median. Does give you probabilities of 61.8% chance of this next quarterly candle to get a reconnect with the median. 61.8% chance is not the same thing as 100%. I feel like I have to mention that, but it is a better probability than a coin toss that you will reconnect somewhere around that $160,000 area. Right now, momentum is starting to shift down on the quarterly, hasn't closed to confirm it with volatility expanding, and this is the setup that we've been looking at for the past couple of weeks, finally starting to put in that possible hidden bullish divergence. Wanting to see a slight sweep to the downside to see momentum take out this previous low, which we are now doing, and price is still holding over this major higher low at about $82,000, giving us now that possibility of hidden bullish divergence. But you will need to close over about 111,965 to confirm it. That will give you an easy target if you do confirm it of that median at about $164,000. Pretty nice move to the upside from 112. Let's see how much that is. That's like 50% up. Pretty good. Now let's go to our side. Tether dominance has 4 drives of bearish divergence in the quarterly. Going to give you an easy target of hitting that neutral zone. Right now, that's sitting at about 3.94%. And you're getting volatility expansion for the first time to the downside. The last time you got volatility expansion was to the upside in April of 2022, and you got some 140% move up in one candle. Monthly currently has hidden bearish divergence, let it load. There we go. Active driving hidden bearish divergence. And now we are forming another drive of hidden bearish divergence, which will confirm if we can get a close below about 4.11%. And as long as we are closing below 6.24%, there will be possible other drive of hidden bearish divergence. Right now, we are getting volatility expansion on the monthly with that hidden bearish divergence. Come on. 2 weeks still has hidden bearish divergence active as well. That's going to be active as long as you're closing below about 4.6%. And your next target is the bearish control zone, which right now sits at about 3.36. Very close to that monthly 100. And 2 week is now also giving you volatility expansion from below that 15% with hidden bearish divergence. Weekly has nothing. 5-day, nothing really. Nothing. 2-day, I'm guessing, has that. Yep, does have that bullish divergence from the last stream, which has now been confirmed. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing over about 4.18%. Your next target is the bullish control zone, which sits at about 4.59%. Slowly moving towards that 4.5 to 4.6% target. Lines right up with our 2-day 100 EMA. Would be a nice area for a bearish retest, get a slight move down on Bitcoin, and then bounce off of the which it was the 55 EMA, and then continue upwards, and or the 21, I believe, was on the 5-day. Daily also has bullish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing over about 4.18%, same number as before. You got a nice close over that 55 EMA. Won't be looking at that 55 to be holding as support until moving to somewhere around that 4.6, 4.55% area. The RSI target would be somewhere around that bullish control zone, which is at about 4.7%. For nothing. Bitcoin. Bitcoin still got 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over 74,441. Next target is the critical zone, and that level is currently at about 201, but we will update in a month. And to get an actionable move to the critical zone, you will need to close over about 124,277, current all-time highs. Monthly has that hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over about 98,330. Next target is the critical zone. Right now that sits at about 148. 2 week currently has hidden bullish divergence active. Another drive possible by taking out these previous lows. Price made a higher low. To confirm it, you would have to close over current all-time highs at 124,277. It gives you a relevant target of the critical zone, which right now is at about 170. Weekly. Come on. Nothing really on the weekly. You're getting possible hidden bullish divergence now on the weekly, though, by taking out these lows. Price is still making a higher low. You would have to close above all-time highs to confirm it, 127,277, but it does give you an easy target of that simple moving average, which right now is at about 136. 5-day currently has confirmed the bearish divergence that was possible on the last stream, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing below about 100 all-time highs, 124,277, and your next target is that neutral zone, which right now is at about 105.5. This will update in about 3 days. Nothing. Nothing on that. Expansion for many periods of 0% volatility. Come on, I hate it when it does that shit. Interesting. Daily is now forming bullish divergence. We are making lower lows on a closing basis, whereas the RSI is making higher lows. To confirm this, you will have to close above. Right now is a little difficult, about 118,624, but eventually it's going to become easier and easier because you are making, as long as you are making higher lows on the RSI, and that should be enough to give us a retest somewhere around that 120 zone. See, the RSI target would be about 122. Come on. Nothing. Let's go to momentum. Tether still pointed heavily to the downside with volatility expansion, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 5.78%. But as long as you're closing over 2.23%, it'll eventually put in hidden bullish divergence because it did take out this low. And once that does confirm, then probably the top is in for crypto. Monthly also monthly is freshly flipping to the downside. Monthly is putting in hidden bearish divergence by taking out these previous highs, and price is putting in a lower high. This divergence was confirmed in this last monthly close. It's rejecting the bearish, getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's pointed down below 5.37% with volatility now expanding. Let's see. The last time we had volatility expanding with momentum to the downside was October of 2023, and we had some pretty insane busting action in October of nuking action in October of 2023. We went down 52%. That would be roughly to that 2.2% area if we go down 50% from here. Just some quick maths. 2-week is also currently flipped to the downside with volatility expansion from below that 15% area, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to be pointed down below 5.1%. Weekly is going to be up, I'm guessing. Yep, weekly is flipped to the upside. Still within the bearish control zone. You got a derp of life and volatility expansion, and you're going to be pointed up below 4.02%. But if you notice, last time we had volatility expansion with momentum up with the derp of life, we just made a lower high, and a lower high, and a lower high, and a series of lower highs. What's probable from here? Probably another lower high. 5 days also currently flipped to the upside in the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 4.15%. And 5-day does currently have bullish divergence because momentum did make an ever so slightly higher low, while price made a lower low. 2 days now also freshly flipping to the upside, just about to get out of the bearish control zone. Still in it though, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing below 4.1%. Closing above 4.1%, and you're not getting that volatility set up. Volatility expanding is above that 15%, with momentum freshly flipped up. Should be enough to get you a little bit higher, at the very least to 4.55 to 4.6%. There's also bullish divergence on the 2-day as well because momentum made a higher low, price made lower low. Daily is giving you momentum to the upside, entering into the bullish control zone. Volatility is now expanding, and you're going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 4.17%. 4 hours now freshly flipping to the downside. That's interesting to see, with volatility just about to start entering into an expansion phase, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing over below about 4.46%. Let's zoom in just a little bit. Slightly higher high, but it is a lower high from these. It goes a little far back, not as powerful of a divergence, but it is an ever so slight hidden bearish divergence with momentum making a lower high from this high here. Price is making, momentum making a higher high. Price is making a lower high, but it's not the strongest drive of divergence because it is a little far back. This is from like August 5th. This is like 2 weeks back. Not the strongest, but it is divergence nonetheless. Should be maybe enough to, if you can lose this 9 EMA, which doesn't look like you will, somewhere around this 4.36% area. It's very weak divergence. Let's go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still flipped to the upside on the quarterly with volatility expansion, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over 109,150. You get a lot of confluence for that area. Even if we were to tap it, we still would be flipped to the upside. Monthly is currently flipped to the upside, and it's with hidden bullish divergence by taking out that previous low, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over about $95,600. We are waiting to see what happens on this monthly close. If volatility does go below that 15%, it will have been invalidated. But as of right now, it hasn't been invalidated yet. Kind of looks like it will be just based off of the candle. If we close like this, it almost certainly is going to be invalidated, and we're going to come back down to retest that $108,000 area, and then we're going to be looking for another monthly setup. It's not being invalidated doesn't mean it's going to flip to the downside and be a downside setup. It just means that you're going to have to look for another volatility setup to appear. 2-week is currently just about to start expanding on volatility. Well, actually, I think it did. Let me confirm it. Yeah, I did confirm the volatility expansion. And we are currently flipped to the downside, giving you a 2-week setup to the downside. And we are going to be flipped down as long as we're closing over about 111,000, 111. Yeah, it's 111. I got a little dyslexic for a second. $111,900. So if this does flip back up in the next 2 weeks, that will invalidate the setup to the downside. And right now we are ever so slightly over this area. If we were to apply this move to the downside, however, though, let's see what somewhere around from here, apply 35%, brings us down to like $75,000. 40% brings us to right around our 2021 cycle high. So let's hope for the bull's case that this setup gets invalidated. Weekly is currently also flipped to the downside with bearish divergence on the weekly. Weekly is now about to also fire off a setup, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $121,700. That's quite high up. And we are now exiting the critical zone. The last time we've exited the critical zone on the 2-week was right over here, and we had a pretty nasty dump after that. Let's see. 25% to the downside, 27% to the downside. See, another time we exited the critical zone. This one wasn't as bad. 12.7%. Exited the critical zone here. This one wasn't so bad. About 13%. Very similar numbers before. Let's just take it 12 to 13% from here. Brings us to around $102,000. It's an interesting level. Let's be more fair and take it from the open. 104, interesting. Slightly below the areas I'm looking at. Got to keep that in mind. 5 days also flipped to the downside. Hopium is that 5 days now contracting on that volatility and it's not firing off a volatility setup to the downside. And it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about $119,000. Now it's putting in some possible hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low momentum while price is still making a higher low, turning that bearish divergence into a possible hidden bullish divergence. A little difficult to confirm because you're going to have to close over all-time highs, which is 124,280, but it's possible nonetheless. Actually, no, on the stochastic, you wouldn't need to close over there. You just need to close over this number, which is about 119. A lot easier. 2 days now, just starting to get that volatility expansion above after many periods of 0%, sitting at 4% now. We're just waiting for it to get over 15% to confirm the setup. And if that does confirm, right now that setup is to the downside because we are freshly flipping down and we're going to be flipped down below 119,100. 119 again. 119 seems to be the number that bulls need to take a reclaim to flip these setups back to the upside. Right now, we're going to be flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone. Is there any possible divergence? No, because you're making a lower low, with price making a lower low as well, so nothing really. Let's just apply this 2-week setup, see if it applies to the downside, what type of move we get. Here's a downside move. This is about 12%. Let's take another one. I haven't really had much. Here's one. Let's see where exactly we got the volatility expansion. After that candle, so about 17%. Let's get one more. 11%, 18%, very similar numbers, somewhere between 12 and 18%. Assume the volatility expands from here. Let's take it from the open. %12 brings us to about 102. 102 comes up again. 18 brings us to about $95,000. Let's hope this 2-day setup doesn't apply to the downside. As of now, it hasn't confirmed just yet. Daily is now expanding, also on the volatility, just above 15%, so it didn't give us a setup, and it's currently flipped down as long as you're closing below $118,000. 4 hours currently freshly flipped up, and you're still getting volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over about $112,700. So let's zoom in a little bit. It would give us a move if we remain to the upside or somewhere around 115, maybe possibly into 116, although that would just likely be a bearish retest. 2 days also currently flipped to the upside, with volatility contraction almost fully reset, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about 113.4. So on the higher time frames, Bitcoin is still bullish. Tether is still pretty bearish. Yeah, you're getting momentum flipped heavily to the downside on Tether on the quarterly. You're getting fresh momentum flipped to the downside on the monthly with hidden bearish divergence, whereas Bitcoin is still flipped up on the quarterly, and the monthly is freshly flipped up with hidden bullish divergence and a buy signal on the jewel. On the medium-term time frames, Bitcoin is starting to flip to the downside, and on the lower-term time frames, like the daily, is also flipped to the downside. Only on the really low ones, like the 4-hour, is currently flipped up, which, if we do continue up from here, would give you a move somewhere around 115 to 116, which likely would be a bearish retest. And from there, I would expect somewhere around, at the very least, our current lows to get tapped again, or but if not, but what's more likely is a move somewhere around to 110 to $108,000, somewhere in that 110, 108 areas, where I do expect a strong bounce, like we've gotten at that 21 EMA in the previous on the previous move down to about $98,000. We bounce right off of there and continue upwards to new all-time highs. Do expect that to happen this time around as well. Plus, we're now putting in possible hidden bullish divergences, especially on the quarterly, which is going to be a very powerful drive of hidden bullish divergence if it can be confirmed. Some of the short-term time frames, small bearishness, a little bit of a move down, looking for 110 to get tapped. It would be a nice liquidity grab from taking out a lot of the previous lows, putting in some hidden bullish divergences on the higher time frames, and then that would give us enough steam somewhere around at the end of the summer, maybe in the fall, to send it up to new all-time highs. The invalidation right now is either getting a tick below about 98,330 or a weekly close below about $105,000. Either one of those two things, and I'm going to have to reevaluate on that longer term picture. But right now, I do think somewhere around 110, 108, and then likely maybe I grind out a higher low for there in that area, maybe a week or 2, 3 weeks, and then sometime around the fall, I do think we're gonna somewhere in the 130s at first.
Quick question before you go. What is the what validates the hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly?
On the quarterly, you would have to close over current all-time highs.
Okay. All right, which is still plenty of time.
Actually, no, my bad. 112. 112.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's why we came here. That makes sense. Didn't even take out the last low. If you were long still, waiting for that bearish retest would be pretty nice for those who are.
And the pivot would be tapped as well, but that move to 108 to 110 because the pivot's 109.
Yeah. So I mean, just like exactly what you're saying, right? It feels like right now you go back, bearish retest to 115, 116, go down 110, take out the other low. People get super bearish, fuck you, all-time high, and then you can figure it out.
That'd be a nice little blow off top.
Yeah. That would make sense. That would absolutely make sense with what you're saying. Okay. Thank you, sir. Very clear. Very motherfucking clear, if I may say so myself. Let's see what's next. 1 second. Oh, look at that, Bitcoin. Next, first of all, everyone, welcome, motherfuckers. Palantir, of course, because Palantir is coming down. And then after Palantir, we're going to go 1
There's
second.
apparently
Lucid.
this guy on Twitter who's been getting popular recently because he has like it's $800,000 short on Palantir. I love the
Yeah.
responses. People are getting so triggered.
That,
They're like, just wait,
oh,
just wait.
like the retard with the Bitcoin thing, it was just to promote an exchange. I don't understand why people like look at this and just fall for it. And I love that someone gets popular for just like doing something that makes no sense. That's it. That he's just rage
And
baiting, right?
with stocks,
That's
you
all they're
can't even
looking for.
verify that it's real.
It's all fucking horseshit. That's incredible. Good for that dude, though. He's winning the game. Winning the game. Look at Solana, 182. Strong, strong, strong soul on this dump. Leads me to
Yeah,
believe very
always
sweet
strong.
sold to 189, 190. And then from there, we can go down to probably 173, if not 168. Worst case scenario, if he's going to do what Bitcoin's doing, it's probably going to come back to 156 or a little lower and then find its footing there. That's nice. This is a nice day. All right. So we got Palantir and Lucid.
Don't do Palantir.
Someone's saying that the Apple entries are wrong and the TP. Check out the numbers, please. My boys. Thank you. Thank you. Gracias, tío. Estamos viendo los bitcoins, damas y caballeros. Vamos a empezar este análisis, esta traducción de absolutamente todo lo que nos dieron en putiza para que lo puedan ver, entender y comprender y absorber para poder utilizar y hacer más de ese dinero delicioso que tanto les gusta hacer. ¿Cómo son degenerados? Ok, vimos que Bitcoin venía básicamente desde acá en mayo, respetando esta línea de tendencia. Vemos que ha tenido un breakdown acá, que fue lo que causó este mínimo, el mínimo local, es lo que le vamos a llamar a esto, que fue en los $98,000. Desde entonces ha estado subiendo, el siguiente mínimo fue 105, siguiente mínimo fue 111, un segundo low, 111,900, y ahora tenemos este mínimo en 112,353, todavía no se lleva este mínimo. Por ahora todo el mundo, y lo que me parece a mí lo que el precio está haciendo, y esto es lo que vamos a discutir acá, y lo que están viendo, esta línea, recuerden que solamente estaba hasta acá, la extendí, nos dio este movimiento, y una vez que rompimos a la baja, pues básicamente te dio una deliciosa oportunidad por acá. Lo que yo estoy viendo es, tengo la confluencia de estas dos líneas, lo que para mí quiere decir que muy probablemente lo que está haciendo acá el precio es baiteando a shorts. Le está diciendo, esto es como yo lo veo, ¿ok? Y ahorita voy a darles el análisis entero para que no se me preocupen. ¿Por qué les digo lo que yo quiero, oigan, lo que yo pienso cuando no importa? Porque quiero, y ya, para que lo tengan en mente. Pienso que podemos regresar a hacer un testeo bajista acá o a esta línea verde, cualquiera de las dos. La diferencia son 115 a 116. Y de acá, el rechazo que nos llevaría por ahí de los 110, nos llevamos este mínimo. Todo el mundo empieza a decir, ya valió verga. Y de aquí encontramos piso, porque recuerda, la consolidación favorita de Bitcoin del tío Salo es cuando tiene mínimos más bajos y los continúa haciendo antes de dar un putazo a la alza. Y no tengo que ir más allá de acá para enseñarles eso. Cómo llegas a tu mínimo más bajo y huevos, güey, alto histórico. Mínimo, ¡pum! Alto histórico. Mínimo, alto histórico. Mínimo, y tienes que ser un mínimo más bajo y probablemente un tercero y alto histórico. ¿Me entienden? Siempre y cuando no rompamos zonas importantes que importan a cierta temporalidad, yo sigo en este campo. Así que vamos a ver si es cierto, vamos a ver si tal vez están baiteando a los longs o a los shorts. Vamos a analizar esto perfectamente, pero lo voy a hacer en el índice. Esto solo se los quería enseñar. Como mi nepe, pero no se preocupen, ese no se los voy a enseñar porque quiero, porque me puedo meter en problemas legales. Pueden ver perfectamente que estamos cayendo de acá, estamos retesteando esta zona y acá, una vez más, pueden ver que la vez pasada que caímos a esta zona, en mi tabla, a este nivel, literalmente hicimos el retesteo, cayó otra vez y ya de ahí te fuiste para arriba. Estás haciendo un poco de lo mismo por acá, pero con un bajo más alto acá. Esto me dice que todavía no está acabado el movimiento, pero sí podríamos tener ese retesteo de esta zona hasta esta zona y después irnos más para abajo. Así que por ahora voy a mantener un ojo por ahí. Lo que a mí me está gustando ahorita es que Solana no ha caído nada relativo. A donde está Bitcoin, Solana debería estar más o menos en los 166. Y recuerden, yo estoy usando estos pares personalmente, los llevo siguiendo un rato y sé que Solana va delante del movimiento de Bitcoin. Solana se está recuperando muy bien ahorita. Y es lo único que me fijo. Solana tiene de verdad debilidad, sé que Bitcoin va a bajar más. Solana no tiene debilidad, Bitcoin no va a bajar más. Me ha funcionado perfecto en todo este tiempo y sé que suena muy pendejo, pero pues a veces los pendejos ganan, ¿no? Ya veremos, BTC, Index, dame mi Index, papi. Vamos a empezar esto con la trimestral, ¿qué les parece? En putiza, como siempre, tendencia alcista, tienes altos más altos, bajos más altos, tenemos nuestra volatilidad expandiendo, aunque esté dando la vuelta para acá, ya lo he explicado 1000 veces, falta un mes y 11 días para cerrar esta vela. Esto no nos va a dar confirmación de este movimiento de acá para acá, este movimiento para abajo de volatilidad. Nos va a dar no hay confirmación de él hasta que pase un mes y 11 días. Cuando tengamos el cierre, sabremos. Por ahora, volatilidad continúa expandiendo ante la subida del precio. Recuerden que la volatilidad es la línea de colores, promedio de volatilidad es la blanca, arriba 100% de volatilidad, cuando ves estas cosas naranjas, abajo el 0% es el azul y viene de la tabla, estamos en el punto más bajo de volatilidad, expandiendo desde octubre 23, que es básicamente el setup de Hamas, expandiendo hasta acá explosivamente junto con Hamas. Bueno, continúa la expansión de esto y por ahora estamos pintando una vela algo semi-topera, pero no topera por completo. Esto es una vela topera, damas y caballeros, y no mamadas. Esto es simplemente un bait, me parece, ahorita para que la gente crea que se acabó todo. Ya había todo el mundo poniendo en Twitter, se acabó el mercado alcista, nunca existió. Bitcoin solo se fue de 115 a 125, solo hizo un 10x, pero el mercado alcista nunca existió. Así que vamos a continuar disfrutando de este no mercado alcista que no ha existido todavía en este cuarto. Y, y vamos a ver cómo nos va. Con eso dicho, tienen que saber, Momentum está apuntando para arriba y tenemos una posible divergencia alcista jugando en nuestra tabla trimestral y siempre y cuando podamos cerrar por encima de literalmente 112,000, que es más o menos donde fuimos ahorita al mínimo esta tabla trimestral, vamos a tener divergencias alcistas ocultas, lo que significa continuación, damas y caballeros, en esta temporalidad, ¿ok? Con eso vamos a ver el HPDR para que mínimo sirva de algo gastarme $800 en mis indicadores. En un segundo. Ves que soy muy rico. Tengo que ir a Instagram a publicarlo para que la gente vea lo rico que soy. Es muy importante. Por ahora, habíamos retestado la media en el trimestre pasado y ahora estamos justamente por encima de nuestro promedio del 5. Esto nos debería de dar más preferencia de venir a estos 164,920, que es donde se encuentra la media de la zona azul. Y eso debería ser nuestro siguiente objetivo trimestral, siempre y cuando no rompamos los niveles que te voy a decir después. Mensual, también tenemos divergencias alcistas, tenemos volatilidad contrayendo a los puntos más bajos de la tabla, sí. Efectivamente, eso quiere decir que viene un movimiento bastante agresivo y fuerte. Estos movimientos casi, no, 100% de ellos en esta tabla se han dado a la alza, lo que puede ser y significar que un movimiento muy potente a la alza se debería de venir. Lo que no queremos perder, y la parte baja de la zona azul es literalmente donde estamos ahorita, faltan 11 días y 10 horas para cerrar esto, y está en los 113,800. De cerrar por encima de los 113,800, deberíamos de venir a los $159,000. De no poder cerrar por encima de los 113,800, siguiente objetivo natural va a ser tu promedio del 5 en los 107 y el segundo sería en los 99. Ahora, te llevas los 99 para abajo y nosotros decimos que ahí esta madre se cocinó y por un rato no vas a ver un nuevo alto local y vas a tener más downside. Pero por ahora no se está dando eso, solamente lo tenemos que poner en la mesa. 2 semanas, ya aquí es donde el momento me empieza a apuntar para abajo en la tabla de Bitcoin. Nos está aguantando casi el promedio. No, el promedio del 5 está en los 113,951, un poco más arriba de donde está el precio. No, 114,700, un segundo. Sí, 114,300 es donde está el promedio del 5. Una vez que lo pasemos y podamos tener este cierre por encima en la de 2 semanas, que todavía faltan 11 días y 9 horas, deberíamos de poder venir a los $133,000. De no hacerlo, nuestro siguiente objetivo natural debería ser el promedio del 9, que está en los 110, 196, que funcionaría como la trampa perfecta para todo el mundo no entender que Bitcoin consolida con bajos más bajos antes de una subidota. Y es básicamente lo que está haciendo. Yo me preocupo cuando veo que Bitcoin está haciendo esto. Ahí que está haciendo arriba, arriba, arriba y con bajos más altos en lo que está subiendo el precio, lo que sigue es una caída brutal. Entonces, por ahora, siempre y cuando yo vea Bitcoin hacer esto, esto, esto que todo el mundo ve bajista en todas las tablas, esto para mí en Bitcoin es alcista, acompañado con mi super análisis de Solana, que les puedo decir, aquí estamos. Ahora, como había dicho antes, estamos esperando a ver qué pasa. Esto 110 suena demasiado bueno y ahorita mantengan este número en la cabeza, ¿ok? Y van a ver por qué. Podemos ver que volatilidad había expandido en el periodo pasado y por ahora continúa esta expansión, pero no ha habido un movimiento real. Simplemente estamos yendo de lado en lo que Momentum está apuntando para abajo, lo que nos indica una corrección en vez de un movimiento acompañado de volatilidad. Semanal. 8 de la mañana, Vladimir Putin viene a meterme un pene por el culo. Estamos por debajo del 15%, estamos por debajo del promedio, estamos calentando un setup de aquellos jamasiños como este, donde hay periodos de nula volatilidad y después tienes el movimiento explosivo a la alza. Está cocinando este setup de jamás en este momento. Esperemos que sea la alza, pero también puede darse a la baja. Por ahora estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 9, nuestro promedio del 9 semanal, y atentos ahí, que es donde puede darse ese rechazo para la caída. Está en los 115,343, justamente en esta zona. Si llega a regresar el precio ahí, chocar y no poder superar los 113, ponle 115,500, vas para abajo y tu siguiente objetivo natural deberían de ser estos 107,400, que es tu promedio del 21. Y de no aguantar los 102, deberían de aguantarte rico. Porque si no, ¿qué te puedo decir, carnal? ¿Qué te puedo decir? Esto se podría ir a la mierda en cualquier segundo. 5 días. Perdemos el promedio del 9, que se encuentra en los 117,500, nuestro promedio del 5 en los 116,800, y eso nos debería de llevar, si es que no lo podemos retomar al cierre de esta vela semanal, que faltan 3 días y 9 horas para cerrar, a la parte baja de la zona azul, que se encuentra en los 111,730, justamente donde está esta línea meme que están viendo, que es literalmente el canal donde estamos tradeando en este momento. Lo pueden ver acá, esto es un simple SFP, vienes a la parte baja del canal y luego das continuación. No tiene gran ciencia de entender. También tenemos un setup preparando en in the making, justamente acá por debajo del 15% de la volatilidad. Después de estos 2 periodos de nula volatilidad, nos dio un setup chiquito, luego otra expansión pequeña y luego se encogió como mi nepe cuando hace frío. Así que vamos a continuar, por supuesto, con esto. Por ahora está respetando este mínimo de los 112, no sé cuánto fueron como 112, 200, 112, 300. Y siempre y cuando lo esté haciendo, deberíamos de tener más posibilidades de ir a retestar esa zona que les enseñé hace rato. Pero veamos si lo va a hacer o no. ¿Qué sigue? La diaria. Diaria, tenemos expansión de volatilidad ante estas 2 velas y no ha cambiado nada. El cierre de hoy en 8 horas y 56 minutos nos va a decir si esta volatilidad se cambió de ser negativa a positiva y esto va a ayudar a reventar esto tal vez hasta los $120,000 o simplemente a nuestro retesteo bajista que se dará probablemente en la zona de los entre 115 y 116, ¿no? Esa va a ser ¿dónde podrá ser? Y ahí sería una gran oportunidad de short, buscando una invalidación. Ya que lleguemos ahí, le empezaría a voltear a ver. Momentum en todas las temporalidades por debajo de la mensual, 2 semanas, semanal, hasta casi la diaria, está apuntando para abajo. Pero en las 4 horas tenemos divergencias alcistas con momentum apuntando para arriba. Una vela súper que parece ahorita, siempre y cuando esta vela tal cual, tenemos una vela de indecisión, una vela topera mamalona, luego la vela de indecisión que no te confirma la vela topera por acá, lo mismo te hizo acá. Esto, o sea, esta estructura está diseñada para baitear a todo el mundo a creer que va a caer más ahorita. Lo que yo pensaría es que podrías tener un rebote hasta esta zona o a la media en la de 4 horas, 115,500, o a tu promedio del 21 en los 115,200. Ahí tener tu rechazo y dar continuación a la baja. La zona a romper importante son 115,500 a la alza. Rompe 115,500 a la alza y 117 son posibles. Pero también podría ser el engaño, 116 lo rompes justamente acá, te queda esta invalidación hasta acá, crees que vas a venir a la parte alta, toda la gente se quiere meter en shorts por acá en los 117 y pito, te lo tira antes. Así que tienes que ser fluido como la sexualidad de la gente que tiene el pelo morado, ¿ok? Para poder ver esto. Muy, muy sencillamente puesto, sin tener más pelos en la lengua ni en el culo, porque pues, me lo rasuro. Estamos por debajo de nuestros promedios en todos. Nuestro promedio más rápido está cayendo, que es el del 5, por debajo del 9, el 21, el 34. Y ahorita un retesteo del promedio del 55 serían los 114,534. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Estamos tradeando en este rango, en el rango de los 111,700 hasta los 119,900. Esto, un SFP. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que siempre y cuando por ahora estés respetando esto, deberías de tener una probabilidad de venir, retestear esta zona y después dar continuación, tal vez caer por acá. Y ve, tu promedio, estamos en la diaria, tu promedio del 100 está acá, en los 110. Los 111 probablemente vayan a aguantar porque es simplemente una bajada más de acá. Todo el mundo va a esperar a intentar colarse en el 110 y cacho. Bitcoin no te lo da y pito, para arriba, otra vez. Es lo que estamos esperando en este momento. Todo esto, este punto de vista que tenemos, puede ser invalidado sencillamente con un cierre semanal por debajo de los 107 o 106, ponle, y cualquier wickazo abajo de los $99,000. Si tenemos cualquiera de esos escenarios, pues ya saben lo que pasó. Uy, buen pompeo, 114, ahí viene. Vámonos, Bitcoin, vámonos. Efectivamente, ahí está, ahí lo tienes. Solana está pompeando 184. Me está gustando lo que estoy viendo. Vamos a ver si podemos librar estos 184. Para Solana el punto importante van a ser los 186. Te lleva 186, que es el alto de esta vela. Esto quiere decir que mínimo va a ser promedio del 9 en los 188. Y yo creo que ahí sería una gran posibilidad para un cortillo. Por ahora Bitcoin está rebotando bastante bien. Le dijo a todo el mundo que iba a caer. Vamos a ver si hay oportunidad acá de retestear la zona que les había enseñado. Sería perfectamente ideal para un corto justamente por acá. Ahora tienes tu invalidación, es bastante difícil y acá tienes que rifártela como pinche machín. A ver qué pedo. Más allá de eso, vamos a la dominancia de Bitcoin. Dominancia de Bitcoin continúan cayendo, pero una vez más tengo que verla en la mensual para no estar como toda la gente. Es que los alts, güey. Los alts es alt season, pero nada está subiendo, pero es alt season, pero nada está subiendo. Por ahora, cerramos por encima del promedio 9 el mes pasado. Todavía nos faltan 11 días y 9 horas para regresar a este canal. Así que lo hemos visto antes que da un wickazo y luego se queda por encima de. Por ahora, lo que estás buscando si eres bajista en la dominancia de Bitcoin Dominance, quieres ese alt season que no ha llegado, que ya llegó, pero que no ha llegado, pero que ya llegó, lo único que tienes que hacer es llevarte el 58.39%, el 58.25% para abajo. Te llevas eso, empiezas ya a pintar, a salirte de este canal y empieza a demostrar debilidad del precio. Por ahora, otra cosa que es importante, el 34 y el 55 mensual están cambiando de lugar. El promedio más rápido está subiendo por encima del más lento, que es más alcista, y simplemente mantener un ojo por acá. Dominancia de Tether. Recuerden, si esto baja es bueno para Bitcoin, si esto sube es malo para Bitcoin. Simplemente te está poniendo un doji en la mensual. ¿Qué es lo que buscamos los alcistas en el Bitcoin en este momento? Lo único que queremos es que se vaya a la mierda y se venga acá a los 3.79. Si eres bajista, lo que quieres ver es otro retesteo de esta zona en los 4.69. Pero por ahora, por supuesto que la dominancia de Tether está haciendo la gatada más grande del mundo, que es un doji tan delgado que parece la cruz de Cristo. Así que ahí lo tienes. Bitcoin se empieza a ver bastante bien. Ya se llevó vamos a ver la estructura de 4 horas, un segundo. Tuvo este mínimo. Una vez más, esta consolidación para abajo es para mí buena. Vamos a ver si es cierto y nos puede dar este movimiento hasta por acá. Estaría bastante chido si lo hace. Obviamente tengo un bias ahí porque pues estoy dentro. Estar por encima de 113,870 es clave, es por encima del promedio del 9 y el siguiente sería el 21 que se encuentra en esa zona. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Bastante fácil para todos entender que estamos en una tendencia clara bajista local en la de 4 horas. Lo que estamos diciendo es que va a haber probablemente un retesteo bajista hasta los 115, 116 o hasta 117. ahí dar continuación, llevarte este mínimo, quedarte por ahí de los 111 probablemente, y aquí ya estoy adivinando el futuro, y si aguanta esto, esto debería llevarnos a máximos históricos. La invalidación a toda nuestra jugada, teoría de juego, etcétera, sería simplemente un cierre semanal por debajo de los 107, 106 mil dólares o un wickazo por debajo de los 99 mil dólares. Eso pondría toda esta estructura en absoluto riesgo y pues sería la mierda. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vámonos con, ¿qué tiene Alex por ahí? Era Palantir.
Lucid.
Oh, Lucid.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Lucid. Yeah, this is well, not a good chart, I'll say that. And honestly, it's looking like it's about to bigly break down and possibly make a new low. So, I mean, when you made this high here in 2021, it's just simply been destruction for bulls. I mean, this chart's, you're just unable to get it up. And now here we are. About to put in a bi-monthly candle in 2 days, and well, this is just as ugly as it could get. This move up that you had all the way around that $3 region simply tested the bi-monthly 9. Now, this bi-monthly 9 hasn't been tested in a very long time. Last time it got tested was January of 2023, and well, simply you can just see the reaction from that led to a major dump. You can just see this was the first time we tested it since losing it. And this as well led to a major dump. And so the fact that now you've already rejected down this bi-monthly's red really is not giving me confidence that we're not going, like we're not going to not break down is what I'm trying to say. And that's just shown here on, well, first this terrible candle. And then now if we go to the monthly, to me it looks like just per the HBDR, this actually does want to make a new all-time low. The median is currently sitting at $1.90 on the monthly HBDR. You notice last month we actually connected with the monthly median. So now what we see is this has shifted down. Granted, you are above it, but being under the monthly 9 and rejecting down definitely gives me more of a bias of coming down and actually testing closer to that monthly median at $1.89. It's going to be really crucial to see if that holds or not. Because if this doesn't hold, then yeah, you're going to get a move down to like $1.50 and just kind of more solidifying this chart being in the gutter. You've just consistently put in lower highs and lower lows on this chart. And so really making a new low specifically on the quarterly would not surprise me. And you even see here the next range in the HBDR is right at that $1.60 region. So, just not really giving me much confidence of even a bounce. The daily here had that the weekly, my apologies, had that last week, a mini little bounce. But all this really looks like is, well, you lost the weekly 9, you've rejected it, this is now flipped into resistance, giving you almost like an evening star. And now what you see is you're getting an objective all the way closer to $2. The meme line and the median, and as long as you're under $2.30, there's really no reason to be bullish on this chart. I'm using $2.30 specifically because we see the weekly 9 is there, but then you've also seen this zone get defended pretty nicely right at that $2.30 before marching all the way to around $3. So I think that's a smart area to kind of gauge. And as long as you are under that, yeah, this is going to be more likely of a breakdown. Next objective is $2 for me. And if $2 doesn't hold, then I do think you're going to see closer to $1.60 to $1.75. A new all-time low for this chart. So pretty brutal. There's nothing really else to update on this, really. Daily, just looking kind of busting. You didn't really get a BBWP setup, but almost. On the weekly, I keep calling the weekly the daily. The weekly, this is the weekly volatility. Looking pretty healthy, above, almost above the moving average. This next weekly close is going to be quite interesting and telling for me. And something to note is the 15-day actually gave us a candle closure a few days ago. Again, just kind of as nasty as it could become, losing support. And now this just looks like a 15-day bearish retest before going all the way down and forming a new low. So that's why for me, I'm not really bullish on this chart under $2.30. I think you should be very cautious here. And well, it is just very unfortunate that you were able to get such a nice green candle up. You were at one point at 56%, but only for it just to completely sell down and even be lower than where we opened in June. So not really a good sign. This is definitely not at all what you want to see if you're bullish. And so the only hopium I can offer bulls is watch $2 and see if that can hold. That's been the support zone so far. And if once you lose $2, yeah, the only logical objective is just this all-time low. And with what we already know on the chart, the 6 month, the 3 month, and how everything's looking, yeah, you really do have to just wonder if this is going to put in a new all-time low. So that's all I really have on this chart. There's not too much to talk about. Watch $2. This is in the midst of a breakdown, and I'd be watching $2 to kind of give you a bigger bounce. You saw this $2.14 trend line right in this region. That's where it was currently. Once you lost it, you did just essentially get a free move down to $2. So I just don't really see why that wouldn't occur here. Let's see either bounce, move up, get back above 230, bottom, make a move up to the daily EMA 100, or you're just going to start making a new low from this point and actually get a breakdown at once you lose $2. So watch very carefully. I'm watching this today and into next week. That $2 region seems like the area you should be gauging. And as long as you are above there is somewhat of hopium for bulls just being, major support that's been holding each time you've hit it. But when I look at something like this, well, you do have to just wonder, the more times you hit support, the weaker it becomes. And you've already hit this a few times. So just kind of implications right there for just more of a breakdown scenario than a breakout. So watch $2 very carefully. Lucid's a very easy chart just because it's breaking down. And while it deeply respects the downtrend that it's formed. So
yeah, it really does.
Much.
He wants to stay there.
Much yeah. Just respecting trend going down.
Bulls. Goddamn Arabs, don't fuck me on this one. I got like $500 on this, so please don't fuck me on this one.
Yeah, that 15-day just ties it up though. It just looks absolutely horrendous. So hopefully this is just looking like it's one of those charts where it looks so bad that it's just gonna like be reversed out of here.
I mean, even like with Tesla and Rivian, they're in the gutter, and we know they're gonna have incredible numbers for next quarter. So I don't fully understand how that'll play out, but that should not be bearish right now. It should be bearish right after that.
Yeah.
The Saudis are buying as we speak.
So maybe they are.
Again?
The Saudis are buying as we speak.
Probably. Well, now they own it, right? So those motherfuckers. Thank you so much, sir. What's next? 1 second. Let me tell you. Palantir. Tesla, actually, which I was looking at.
Nice. Yeah,
nice dumpski today.
Yeah.
On Tesla.
Had more hope going into today. It would go up.
Holding a little meme line.
That's just how it goes.
Yeah.
It is at the meme line in the EMA 100, but losing that SMA 200 is not a good sign.
Oh no, this SMA 200, you take it out, and then you're probably gonna just range here.
Yeah, it's like the end of August or some bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. It's so boring. It's kind of the market's a little boring right now. I got some cashish, and I'm just sitting on the sidelines. The only thing I'm doing is trading short term.
It's just been fucky because of the news. We're just markets are waiting for news as it does. So you're getting those lower time frame dumps, lower time frame pumps.
We need to create one of those X pages like Whales Watch or Whale Watcher or whatever the fuck it is, which is just anonymous, and just say the most random shit, because that's what they do, and become a valid source of news. Once we do, like, say, Putin and Trump are having a secret meeting according to the White House, and then inform everyone about the secret meeting that we know about. And then we tell everyone, oh, the economy is really bad. And then tomorrow we tell everyone the economy is really good. That'll validate us. And once we're there, we can start trying to move prices.
We could even automate that with AI.
You can actually automate that with just a retard and employ a retarded person. Come on,
so
dude.
me.
Like, don't give all the jobs to AI. Retards need jobs too, like those pages.
Hey, I'm the perfect retard for that.
Oh my God. No, you're too fucking smart. Sadly, okay? All righty. Let me get to this bullshit. Thank you. Thank you, my boys. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. Ok, Lucid, gran tendencia bajista todo este tiempo. Ahora, Lucid junto con Tesla, junto con Rivian, están en la mierda en este momento y la pregunta es ¿por qué no? Deberían todos de preguntarse eso porque van a tener un buen tercer cuarto del año. Ahorita las ventas de estos coches eléctricos está tan caliente que tienes que pedir un Tesla y se va a tardar no sé cuánto tiempo en que te lo entreguen. Simplemente lo que estamos viendo en Lucid es esta tendencia bajista que continúa, pero esta era una formación de hombro, cabeza, y era hombro hasta acá. Tenemos que romper esto. Ahora, la cosa es, puedes romper a ambos lados. Lo único para que sería bajista es llevarte el 1.93, que es el mínimo más, es el bajo más bajo. Déjeme confirmo esto. 1.93, efectivamente. Te llevas 1.93, olvídalo. ¿Y qué tan lejos estamos del 1.93? Vamos a ser claros con esto. Estamos en 2.9, 1.93. Si ves que Lucid baja un 7.77%, me encanta ese número. Más, pues esta chingadera va a bajar más y te vas a ir al 1.50. No, también no les quiero tirar tanto choro por acá. Lo que yo pienso que va a pasar es básicamente lo que ha pasado acá, que recuperó y va a darte el golpe para arriba. Ahora, Lucid no es una empresa en donde yo crea en los fundamentos como en Tesla y en todo lo demás, pero es una empresa que me gusta mucho más lo que está haciendo que antes. Es una empresa donde tengo una lanitita, ok, en esto. Simplemente porque soy de esas personas que firmemente creen lo que piensa. Y digo, si tenemos un nuevo CEO, Peter Rollins se fue a la verga, que es el pendejo más grande de todo el planeta, y ahora alguien más lo está moviendo y tienes a los saudis fondeando esto. Los coches están bonitos y acá todos los chinos los están comprando donde yo vivo y los japoneses y todos los asiáticos. Eso es high-end, papi, eso es bueno. Y eso me haría pensar que Lucid debe de a cierto punto rebotar. No le voy a poner todo mi dinero, esta es la jugada. Recuerden cómo lo veo. Tesla es Bitcoin, Rivian es Ethereum y Lucid es Solana. ¿Ok? Así que atentos a eso. Por ahora, lo que tienes que estar viendo es simplemente no llevarte el primer mínimo en el 1.99, te llevas los $2 y vas a tener una probabilidad grande de venir a estos 1.93, te llevas el 1.93 y para abajo. La cosa es, ¿para dónde va? ¿No? Y no me gustaría analizar tanto esta tabla porque no hay tanto que analizar. Si eres alcista en Lucid, cortas todas tus posiciones por debajo del 1.93 porque se va a ir mucho más para abajo. Y si eres bajista en Lucid es lo que quieres ver. Si eres alcista, lo que quieres ver básicamente es poder cerrar por encima de esta zona en los 2.50. Una vez por encima de los 2.50 vas a tener probabilidades de venir a buscar estos 3.30 y más para arriba. Pero por ahora la zona aguantar y pueden ver que nuestra media semanal justamente está en los $2, en el 1.99, $2. Es justamente donde está. Esa es la zona aguantar. Esa sería la zona de máxima oportunidad con un corte aquí abajo y de los $2 al 1.93 te estaría dando un trade con una invalidación de menos de 3.25%. Este es el trade que yo quiero. En realidad, ¿saben qué? Esto para mí es, si llega a ver los $2, pondría yo mi stop loss del trade en el mínimo de acá, en el 1.93. No le voy a poner la casa, ni tampoco los muebles, ni nada, pero ese sería mi trade para mí. Y en corto, ¿esto se puede ir a cero? Sí, yo no tengo, de nuevo, esto no tengo fe como en Rivian ni en Tesla, en esta chingadera. Así que solamente tengo en eso en cuenta. Es todo lo que tienen que ver. Vamos a ver qué dice Farhan de Palantir. Let's see, Mr. Farhano. I'm going to shower real quick too while you do that. Fucking worked out already. Fucking feeling good, even though I didn't sleep for dick.
I slept, I think, like 7 hours. Pretty good.
Good for you.
A lot in America. I mean,
and then I had a hearty and healthy breakfast when I woke up.
You always do, motherfucker.
Some camote, some huevos.
Breakfast. Always.
Farhan is the king of breakfast.
I'm just sitting here with black coffee, just a little
Same.
bit of
Yeah,
MJ.
just stick 2 sweet potatoes in the oven for 35 minutes, make some eggs, get some avocado, some lime. It's awesome.
Is this Belen I'm talking to?
White girl breakfast.
There
No, I
you
know.
go.
When
Okay,
he
that
showed me
makes
his
sense.
sweet potato dish, I was genuinely shocked because Farn doesn't eat vegetables. So I was just like, I did like the healthiest vegetable you should eat. And wow, I didn't know you were on that wave. So
Yeah.
good shit,
I hate
Farn.
vegetables, but I like sweet potatoes.
It's delicious, dude. It really is like candy in a potato, which is crazy. To me, I find it hard to think that it's really good for you because it's so good. Like it's at
Yeah,
that
then if
level.
you add a little honey on there, some salt, ooh, it's
Stop.
fire.
Stop. So tell us now, Palantir's going to go bankrupt and go to zero. Go on, sir.
Yeah, it's 100% definitely going to zero. You should get out while you can. You should, short short the bottom. Get out while you can. Sell everything you own. But real talk though, it is putting in a nice little shooting star dildo on the monthly. It took out all of the previous highs on not all the previous highs, the previous high. It went all the way up to the 61.8%, and now it's back below the 38.2%. If we do get a candle close like this, we're going to have a target of hitting at the minimum the median, which is going to rise with the monthly close. Right now, it's sitting somewhere around $104. Maybe it'll rise somewhere where this 9 EMA is right now. Not sure. Can't forecast before it happens. That would be at around $115. Somewhere between $104 and $115 is where we're going to be targeting for this next move, assuming we close below that $158.83. Right now, momentum is shifting to the downside on the monthly, with volatility contracting, which is hopium, but monthly is now putting in multiple drives of bearish divergence. You see one high right here, high right there. You see a lower high, a higher high, a lower high, a higher high. That gives you 3 drives of bearish divergence right now. Not good, to say the least. And the confirmation of that divergence is going to be any close below about $128.51. That does confirm the easy target is going to be your 9 EMA, sitting somewhere around that 118 to $115 zone. And then your next target from there, if you get a close below the 9 EMA, is going to be your 21, which right now sits at about $81. I don't think we're going to get a pullback all the way at $81. My bias is right now somewhere between that $104 to $115 area is where we're going to get our next higher low, while these HPDR ranges can step up, and then we get some more up only as Palantir really does. And how much of a pullback will that be from our current highs? Let's see, I'm curious. To the 9 EMA, it'll be down about 37%, and to the $104 zone, it'll be down like 45%. Quite the pullback. I probably better to say crash in terms of 45% down. But then again, here's how much we went down the last time around, 47%. Pretty in line with 45%. Let's check this one. This one was more shallow. It's about 26%. Check this one. From open to low, 21%, very in line. From high to low, 31%, very similar. Interesting. This is that would be the deepest one. Let's measure this just for funskis, about 25%. Or our current low is about interesting, 25%. Very unlikely that it bottoms here based off of the HPDR though. Very, very, very high probability you're gonna come down to this area. Not 100%, but 61.8%. Do you have enough data? No. Looks like Buddy's short is gonna play out. 2-week is also putting in bearish divergence now with momentum making a lower high, price is making a higher high. This will confirm with any close below $157.93, and that will give you a minimum target of hitting somewhere around this 21 EMA, right around this 38.2%, lines right up at that $115 area. Jewel is now shifting over into a neutral signal with the God mode background, very close to giving you the sell signal. Last time you had that similar signal on the Jewel, how much of a move down did you get? About 21%. And then when you got the sell signal, how much did you go down from there? Let's see. Oh, it actually made a higher high off the sell signal. That's interesting. Palantir breaks the rules. Weekly's also putting in bearish divergence. Lower high on momentum, higher high on price. bouncing right at that median. Median sitting at about $143. Next zone is going to be somewhere around this 50%, right around $120. 61.8% likely is going to be the area based off of the higher time frames, which is $115. 5 days also bouncing right at that median. 55 is a little low right now. $100 probably doesn't make it to the 55. It front ran it last time around too. Likely it's going to do that this time. 5 day has bearish divergence just like the weekly. 5 days already giving you the God mode sell signal. Is the Joe putting in any bearish divergence? Let's see. From this one, but it's a little far back. 2 days now losing the 38.2%, giving you a full-on breakdown. 2 day doesn't have a bearish divergence, however. Now you're breaking into the bearish control zone. What does this close? $132. So technically, there is possible 2 day hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over $132. Very unlikely to confirm this divergence, however, because you're going to have to close over like $180 to confirm that. But if you do close over $180, then that gives you a nice little target of somewhere around 220, but a little unlikely. And 2 day is now also giving you a sell signal in the jewel, and we are very close to getting one of the most epic sell signals you will ever get. A pink crossing below the yellow, light, dark blue bunched right up with everything else. This would be a very bad signal. Probably you're going to be tapping that 100 EMA right around that $115 zone at that point. And from where we are now, that is another 25% down. The chart that only goes up is now the chart that only goes down. Daily is pretty deep into the bearish control zone. Very likely you are going to get at the very least some type of bounce from here. Let's see, the last time we were this low in momentum on the daily was right around this area in April, right after the back of the tariffs, and that was the bottom. That is an interesting point. We went this low also on in February. We got a pretty nice bounce, but we did end up making a lower low. This is what I think is going to happen now. Going to get a bounce from here, then end up making a lower low. See how much of a bounce that was. That was like 30%. Sheesh, this thing swings wildly. So if we were to get a bounce from this zone here, where would be our target? Somewhere around that bottom 38.2%. That's a pretty high move up. We're going to have to wait for this to step down. Probably this gap fill zone, probably what we're going to be targeting. That's still 13% to the upside. 38.2% puts us at 17% to the upside. Still do expect that $115 zone to get tapped eventually, though. Invalidation for that is going to be getting a daily close over about 185.33. 4 hours also getting very, very deep into the bearish control zone, getting at the 97.5%, very, very high probability zone for a bounce. 4 hours already is giving you that sell signal on the jewel that we're looking for to play out on the daily. Right now, arguable that it's already played out considering how much of a dump you've had since that sell signal, plus you're at the 97.5%. Assuming you close over that 97.5% at about 149.91, very likely you're going to get a bounce at a minimum to tap somewhere around this 150 zone, but I do think it's going to be somewhere higher to be somewhere around this 9 EMA, which is at about $160-ish, maybe a little higher to fill this gap to like 170. That is a pretty decent bounce from where we are now. It's going to rinse every single one of the late shorts. Hope Buddy doesn't freak out and close his short on this bounce, and because then you're very likely going to go towards that 115 zone. RSI. That's wild. No possible bearish divergence. It went all the way up to the 99% on the RSI. Literally never seen that on a stock ever. You rarely even see that in cryptos. That's the definition of busting action. 2 week is now putting in bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below about $157.93. It's going to give you an easy target of hitting that neutral zone, which right now is at, a very beautiful $119. Very close to my 115 number. The weekly is also now putting in another drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below about $173.38. Going to give you a target, easy target of that neutral zone, which right now is at about 130. 5-day as well, bearish divergence. Confirms with any close below about, what number is this? 173.38. Easy target of the neutral zone. That's at 128. Nothing. Nothing. Daily currently has active bearish divergence. Next target is the bearish control zone. Sits at about 135. Daily is giving you a very nice God mode sell signal also, with the pink crossing below the yellow in the bullish control zone. 4 hours giving you hidden bearish divergence. Arguable it's played out because you're already in the critical zone. Is there any divergence present here? Nope, lower lows. Not even a bullish divergence on the 2 hour. Go to the hourly. Any divergence? Zoom in. Nope, still making lower lows. There is a God mode dual signal, but hasn't even given you the buy yet. Monthly is currently flipped to the upside, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're closing over $127. You are getting your mean reversion move now with volatility contracting, which, since you got volatility expansion with some insane busting action, at the very least you'd expect to move down to tap your monthly 5 EMA. It's not very crazy to tap that at around $136, $135. Next level, which I do think is more likely, is that 9, somewhere around that 116, 115 zone. 9 is where we had our last major macro bottom before we had some insane busting action to follow. How much of a move up do we have from that 9? We went a little bit below it. About 188% up after that. 2-week is currently freshly flipped to the downside, putting in bearish divergence by making a lower high on momentum, and it is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $178. And now you're getting volatility expansion momentum to the downside also. That 21 sits right at that $115 zone. And notice that 21 is where we bounced exactly off of last time. Weekly is currently also freshly flipped to the downside. There's indeed some bearish divergence from these 2 points here, and it is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $186.69. A very nice number. 5-day is currently also flipped to the downside with some bearish divergence, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $187. 2-day also flipped to the downside, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $189, and you're about to lose the critical zone. Daily also flipped down, just about to enter into the we're losing the bullish control zone now, very close to entering into the bearish control zone. Volatility is not just about to enter into an expansion phase with price moving down, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $184.20. 4 hours also currently flipped to the downside. Volatility is getting a little high on your double extreme now, and likely very high probability zone for a bounce, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 153. Let's go a little lower. This is probably going to be flipped up. It is indeed. Now you're getting your double extreme on your 2-hour. Volatility is at 100%. You have a fresh silver cross to the downside. Very high probability zone for a bounce. Plus, you have momentum now flipping to the upside. Momentum is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing above about $147.70. And your target should be somewhere around this 9 EMA for a reconnect with the silver cross, and that's sitting at that $160 zone. Go back up. On the higher time frames, it is starting to shift back around from its up-only action, putting in a pretty nasty shooting star candle. Momentum is still flipped to the upside, but you're getting volatility contraction now from your double extreme off of many periods of 100% volatility. Despite it being flipped to the upside, you can get, because it is a monthly candle. There's a lot of action in between a monthly candle. You're gonna get a lot of volatility. So it can get a move to the downside with the momentum being up and then resolve to the upside, which likely I do think is going to happen based off of the bearish divergences you have on the 2-week, the weekly, the 5-day. Basically, all of the time frames now have medium-term time frames have bearish divergence. Those will give you targets somewhere around 130 to $135, your first target. But I do think the bottom is going to be somewhere around that $115 zone, which is going to be our tap of our monthly 5 EMA, 9 EMA, and 2B21 EMA. Exact same zones that we bottomed at the last time around. It's going to give us hidden bullish divergences, and then that'll be enough to send it up to new all-time highs. Basically, in the short, very, very short term, because you are getting momentum in very extreme areas, getting to very extreme areas in the HPDR at the 97.5%. It is a very high probability you do bounce from here. I'd be looking for somewhere around that $160 zone to get tapped. That is a very high probability lower high, and from there, I do expect to move to somewhere around $115. And then $115, I do think that zone is going to be the bottom, and from there, I think you're likely going to go to new all-time highs. The invalidation right now is going to be the invalidation for the downside move is going to be either is going to be a daily a tick over about $190 or a daily close over about $186, and the invalidation for the move down is going to be, or invalidation for the move up is going to be like from the bounce at 115 is going to be basically a daily close below about 100 and let's say a tick below $199 or a daily close below $115. Either one of those two things, and then likely you're not going to bounce at that 115 zone and probably going to end up making a lower low. Right now, my bias is a little bit of a move up to 160, make a lower high, get a nice little dump ski to 130, maybe a little bounce at 130, and then eventually I think it'll find its way towards 115, somewhere around that zone, and I think we'll go to new all-time highs from there.
Very nice, senor. Thank you so much. Next one for you. Very important company, AMC.
Oh, beautiful. Let's see how the apes are doing. The apes, we love the apes. The apes.
Oh, so many apes. I still have my shares of AMC that I bought at $30-something, still fucked in the ass. So yeah, I'm an ape. I'm a fucked ape. I don't know. I think it's like $1, $2, some shit like that.
Community member.
I am now officially an AMC community member. Feels good. Feels good. Thank you. Ok. Estamos viendo Palantir, damas y caballeros, la empresa más maligna de todo el mundo que nadie entiende qué es lo que hace. Habíamos platicado de la probabilidad de una corrección y encontrar dónde poder ser la oportunidad. Primera oportunidad estaba en los 168, segunda oportunidad 153 y máxima oportunidad en mi libro había sido 140. Por ahora, lo que está diciendo el buen Farhan es algo un poco diferente con los targets y es lo que vamos a corregir en este momento. ¿Ok? Para todos ustedes, para que lo comprendan, para que lo vean, para que lo sientan. Vamos a ver, vamos a empezar. Ok, empecemos con la mensual porque estas velas, digamos, no tenemos tanto historial. Esta es una excelente vela topera, pero, atentos, a esta gatada le gusta hacer esto. ¿Y qué pasó después de esta vela topera? Nunca tuviste una confirmación, ningún cierre por debajo de esta vela topera mensual. ¿Y qué fue lo que pasó? ¡Pum! Máximos históricos por un chingo. Esta vela topera fue formada en los $84, que llegó hasta los 120 y de ahí volvió a reventar casi a los 200. ¿Cuál es el máximo histórico? 189, casi $190. Nada mal. Nada mal para Palantir. Así que tenemos que poner atención a todo esto. Aunque el momentum en este momento está apuntando para abajo, tenemos volatilidad contrayendo desde este periodo. Y en lo que ha estado contrayendo, el precio sigue subiendo. Así que no tiene nada, no me está dejando un mensaje claro esta hermosa volatilidad. HPDR en esta temporalidad nos está diciendo que el rechazo, lo que quieres, si eres alcista en Palantir, básicamente 158 es la zona a retomar. Una vez que retomes los 158, 159, básicamente el alto de esta vela, estás en tesitura para venir a los 168 y ya de ahí una vez más a retestear altos históricos. Por ahora tu promedio del 5 está a punto de entrar a esta zona en los $140, que es donde está la línea meme, y de no poder aguantar, siguiente objetivo debería de ser 113 y el peor 105. Cualquier cosa por debajo de 105, esta madre se va a dar una vuelta potente a la baja. Potente, potente, potente. De los 105, ese es el número que quieres aprenderte. 2 semanas. 2 semanas habías tenido volatilidad expandiendo y ahora básicamente un movimiento de lado, no nos cuenta ninguna historia. Es como una agencia de marketing a la que le pagas $30,000, no te dice nada. Nada, no, tú tienes que crear la historia. Nosotros aquí estamos solamente para ganarnos los $30,000. mensuales. En fin, venimos acá, güey, en la de 2 semanas ya viniste a retomar el promedio del 9. Es son oportunidades grandes, ¿eh? Aunque, véanlo, ha coqueteado con este promedio del 9 por un rato, lo hizo en enero, perdón, hasta, ¿qué día? Hasta marzo. Y en marzo tocó el promedio del 21. Vamos a ver cuándo fue, además de eso, tocó el promedio del 21. Julio 24, ante el caidongo, igual que enero. Básicamente las caídas grandes. Acá la oportunidad máxima debería estar sentada en los $113, $114, que es donde está el 21 y aparte la parte baja de la zona azul. Esto debería aguantar, por lo que efectivamente yo haría esta mi zona de máxima oportunidad en Palantir. Si es que no pasó ya, por cierto, porque cuando todo el mundo está en un lado mamando que oh, es que güey, todo está cayendo muchísimo y hay amigos que nunca me escriben, es más, los hijos de puta nunca me escriben para decirme hola, me están mandando videos de por qué Palantir se va a ir a cero. Y ahí es donde dices, ok, tranquilo, padre, tranquilo. Estamos una vez más viendo simplemente donde hemos encontrado apoyo, soporte en esta tabla semanal. 8 de la mañana, lo venimos a la media semanal, hemos caído por debajo de la media y después rebotado con fuerza. Este pudo haber sido la caída, este pudo haber sido la oportunidad. Y ahora en lo que todo el mundo tiene miedo, con que cerremos por encima de 154, una vez más, nuestro promedio del 9 está justamente en esta línea meme. Deberíamos de dar continuación a la alza y esto simplemente es un SFP de esta zona y darte continuación a la alza. Vamos a ver la diaria. La de harina. Empieza un poco la volatilidad a expandir por encima. Vamos a ver si lo hace ante esta vela roja o no. Pero en la diaria puedes ver también esto. Tu 100% en caída está en 114. Esta zona es tu zona de máxima oportunidad. En mis ojos. Si crees que esto va a caer más, la invalidación de mi máxima zona de oportunidad, si es que no ya ocurrió, porque ya tocaste el 97%. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que tocaste el 97% en esta tabla? Acá. En abril. Ese fue el fin de la caída de los aranceles, cabrones. Esa fue la última vez que tocamos esta zona. ¿Ok? ¿Cuánto ha bajado Palantir desde el tope? Fue un bajón de 25%. Para una acción tan caliente, nada mal para los que se pudieron meter ya. Ahora, ahí les va. Bastante. Es que esto está regalado. Primer paso, si eres alcista, retomar los 154. Encima de los 154 y una consolidación por acá te va a llevar a los 168, 168 máximos históricos. Igual y esta fue tu oportunidad. Si esta no fue tu oportunidad más grande, su segunda oportunidad más grande debería estar por aquí en los 120 a 115. Esta zona debería ser la que aguante. De no aguantar esta zona, y es por eso que tenía una X también antes, y te llegas a llevar los 105 para abajo en cierres, esta chingadera va a ajustar aún más. Pero por ahora no hay nada que me diga eso. La última vez que tocamos el promedio del 100 fue en la caída de los aranceles y estás a nada de tocarlo y está en los 136. Puede que esta sea tu zona de oportunidad. Cualquiera de estas dos, 139, 120, es donde yo estaría calientito y me llevo estos mínimos en los 106. Adiós, güey. Salte del trade si estás en largo, te esperas a que te encuentre el siguiente punto y ese siguiente punto está por ahí de los $75, que es 50% de donde estás acá, de ya haber perdido un 25%. Suena demasiado ridículo en mis ojos, pero de nuevo, toda la gente en X está diciendo que Palantir se va a ir a cero y probablemente todo el mundo está en lo correcto. Así que toma las decisiones bien, carnal. Ahí sabes tus niveles. A recuperar si eres alcista 154 y dar continuación a la alza. Y si eres bajista, simplemente llevarte los 106, este mínimo de acá. Un segundo. Llevarte, ¿era este? No, es este. Este mínimo que fue en el 6 de mayo del 2025. Si te llevas este mínimo en los 105.32 para abajo, olvida todo lo que te estoy diciendo y toda la gente en Twitter y la gente que me está mandando mensajes tenía razón. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Palantir, vámonos con Tesla, como de que no, chingada madre. Ready, sir, for some Tesla. Nazism.
Yeah, just was on the Discord talking to the boys about, well, how terrible Tesla looks right now. And we could just get right into that. So I don't like using the SMA 200 on anything higher than on a daily, but I know most like to use it. So I'll give you a few reasons on why I think Tesla is going to make a move down to $313, possibly today, tomorrow, and that should be the last line in the sand. Firstly, if you like the SMA 200, what occurred in this dump? Well, we really had lost the SMA 200, rejected, big red dildo candle down. This is literally giving us the exact same setup with BBWP agreeing with that. So that's just one point of why you need to absolutely be cautious here on Tesla. I was long on Tesla, but it took my stop out. No big deal at all. We were able to long this zone and have a very tight stop loss essentially on Tesla, because we know that this should have been the higher high, the higher low, the throwback that takes you to that $370 region on Tesla, an area we were talking about. And this is a good example on why we shouldn't get FOMO over here. Often with these channels, you do like to throw it back, and you're either going to hold it and expand or fall through, deviate and break down. This can be acting as like a trap scenario where you get that false breakout before falling right back in the range, now brewing a breakdown. And so now today you need to be watching the SMA 200 becoming lost. That will just confirm for the bears that, yeah, this is bearish. And well, the fact that we are now towards the end of this channel and you already have a false breakout definitely puts it more in favor of bears breaking us down and going all the way to $300 again. So today you're literally going to confirm a short setup, losing the SMA 200. If you've been here for a while, this shouldn't surprise you. Maybe a bounce off the EMA 100, lower highs and bearish retest right off that SMA 200. It was support, so technically should be flipped into resistance. But something Alejandro mentioned last time we were doing Tesla was well, it doesn't really, you don't really get a lot of follow through where you get retests if you're super bullish or super bearish. And what do I mean by that? Well, you reclaim the SMA 200. I would have logically said wait for the throwback, go long. You didn't get that opportunity. You just read the EMA 9 on the daily and played trend. Here as well, you actually didn't get a throwback to that SMA 200 and you just continued up. Here you actually did get a retest, perfectly fine. But then even in the last example, when you broke out and actually reclaimed the SMA 200, you just simply went up for 2 more days. So if we're going to lose it, I think we still should play what we know, but just understand that, that's like easy trading. That is always easy trading, and nothing tells you that you're going to get those retests. They can come much later, and a lot can happen before that. But that is what I see. That seems like a very actionable setup. We've been taking trades off the SMA 200. We've been taking trades on the SMA 200. So it's the same exact thing that we've been dealing with. And this is a lot of chop, I understand, but we are towards the end of it now. So congrats if you stayed and watched and didn't get chopped out. You should see follow through by the end of this month. And daily BBWP is literally telling you that, yeah, this is brewing another setup. What was firing to the upside, looking very bullish, has now potentially reset into today, meaning no more breakout. And now this is giving us the itchings of a major breakdown. Confirmed, I'll confirm this breakdown when you get any daily close under $313. That'll give me an easy objective down to $300 and potentially a lot lower, right around $269 for the culture. So watch very carefully. I mean, you even see, right in that 270s, 260s, you have that, weekly EMA 100 sitting right there. And right a little under is the SMA 200. So you have a lot of support in this region. But that doesn't mean that you can't just like dump all the way down there first and then actually hit support. That's 12%, a little over 12%. So not a good sign. Not a good sign. I like the weekly view as well, using like that essentially just a channel breakdown. If you lose the weekly EMA 34, I was saying $313. I think using the weekly EMA 34, losing that to confirm a breakdown, makes more sense. You see that's lined up the bottom side of the channel, and you just simply know if you lose the 34, you'll get that move to the EMA 100, just giving you good confluence of that setup. For me, though, the 313 really came on the daily. So if you wanted to be an aggressive bear, you could easily trade this and then down. And then that would mean that you're not going to test the SMA 200 and rather just flip the EMA 100 into resistance before going down. Regardless, I mean, you are now at support, so bulls need to pick up here. Lower time frames not giving me confidence, so you just simply see daily has lost the 9, rejected the 9, lost all major moving averages. Now you're at the EMA 100, bottom side of the channel. That's good. This should just tell you, okay, well, I shouldn't be really aggressively scaling shorts right here. I then should just wait for that daily setup where we're going to lose 313. So that just already keeps you in check, so you're not shorting right here. But also on the lower time frames, it's just not really looking good. 4 hours about to lose the EMA 100. Last time we lost the EMA 100, you got follow through. Let's see how much. Yeah, 4% follow through immediately after. So that is potentially what's brewing, which tells me that you may just kind of hold here. You might not get that breakdown to oh wait, let me see, where are we now? Yeah, you may just hold here and consolidate. Bulls will try to use this hammerhead. It's kind of a low, so that just simply means you can just kind of do this and kind of bait longs before going down. Unless we're super bearish, then technically next target from here is 313. And you already know losing out on the daily would just solidify a lot of bearish hopiums and dreams. So yeah, so disappointing. I really thought when we were here talking about this throwback that, I was very convinced that was going to happen, but I really was convinced that this was going to turn into a nice trade to the upside. It just had everything going for it. Daily BBWP, SMA 200 reclaim, multiple closures below it. I mean, above it, trend up on the daily, higher low. Like this high should have been the high to take you to 370. Bulls absolutely missed the mark here, and that really does have to put in a lot of concern because they had everything going for it to break out. They just did. I mean, truly. So the fact that they did not, and you're brewing a breakdown now, to me just really does scream that this will break down potentially. But have your confirmations, watch 313. Any daily closure under 313, yeah, this will give me a target at 300 and, well, a lot lower, possibly to that 270 region. This is towards the end of this channel, but like Alejandro says, the apps in the beginning of this, it doesn't mean it can't range a little bit. Get the bearish retest, lower high, come to the actual end of this, and then give you a breakdown towards the end of August. This would be actually the best setup. This is clean trading. You just get, more downtrend structure. You get bulls trapped, unfortunately. And this can give, shorts an easy ad zone, essentially, if they're already short. If they're not short, this is just an easy short zone. Easy if you get volatility, because I will just always say you have been getting a lot of chop with the SMA 200. But that's why I like these visual channels, because they at least can keep us in check. That's all this is, just a visual. Lower highs. The hopium was that this was a trend shift, right? You took out the last lower high, and it wasn't. You've now fallen back within that, now putting this in question. So that's all these channels ever are, just more, range contraction of volatility. And that's why we use BBWP to confirm that. That's when I see it like give you a volatility setup. You often make these channels, and then they do generally work, at least sometimes. Most times at least. But yeah, that's all I have on Tesla. Not a good day. This is not good for me for risk. And I'm looking at Nvidia as the same. Tesla and Nvidia going down just generally is not a good sign for Bitcoin. That's kind of what was guiding my short bias on Bitcoin and Ethereum. So yeah, that's all I have on Tesla. Watch 313. Understand you're at support. And if you don't lose the daily EMA 100 today, that will give bulls an upper hand to maybe get that bearish retest. So, maybe a little 4% move up, that's their upper hand, but that just leads right into bear's hand and gives them that bearish retest play. This is the easy play. I will be looking for a short setup for the academy, and it'll either be this one, or I'll wait for that 313 breakdown, get more confirmation, and then target right around $300, if not lower. So, not bullish on this anymore as long as we are under $330. So you can just use that as your line in the sand. If you do see Bull Jesus step up, get you a breakout, and actually get back above that SMA 200, then yeah, I mean, you can't really be bearish on this. You have a $370 target. But until then, now you can be bearish on Tesla again. And bearish we will be, because this is literally about to give you a massive volatility setup. 5 days showing it with 3 sessions of zero volatility, 15 days of zero volatility, aka a range. Not fun. And then I think the 2 week even. Yeah, 2 weeks very low. Not giving you a setup, I will say. But brewing one.
It's just daily ranging.
Oh yeah, was it the weekly? Yeah, it was. And we've talked about this. I won't go in detail, but you've only had 2 0-session BBWP setups on the weekly. You've had this period, this one, and now you're having another one. Quick glance, we can just see here. TradingView doesn't want to be laggy. I believe each one was to the upside. Let's see real quick. Oh yeah, this was your chop scenario. This is like the zero volatility move up, then it dumped, it reset, and then you got that move up. And again, just lots of chop here, but and ended up moving up, hitting extremes, and then going down. Not a good example here. That's I every time we go to this example, it's never fun, and I always have to mention that. This one was actually very easy. So this is a better example. 40% move off that weekly volatility setup, straight to business, no chop, no uncertainty, just boop. So now you're actually getting one of those again. So it's like pretty epic. We'll just take a 30% move just out of my own curiosity, nothing backed by anything. Yeah, and I would take you closer to like that $220 region, testing these lows. To the upside, I'll just do that. Oh, look at that. We're directly to the extremity meme line at 416. So pick your bet. No, I'm just kidding. And that's why I just wait for confirmation. Really, just wait for confirmation. You're going to need a lot more data on this weekly, this daily, and the 5-day. So just wait for that. If you're unsure, and understand the trades always will start on the daily. Daily turns bad, 2-day turns bad, 5-day bleeds into a weekly, which bleeds into a monthly. So that's why I use 313 as your line in the sand on a daily close. If you lose that, then yeah, confirmation of a breakdown. That's all I got on Tessie Girl. Very fun.
Well, she's actually not fun. She's just playing with our balls. She's just giving us blue balls to everyone, whether you're bullish or you're bearish. She's just playing the stupid fucking range. And you know what? I'm getting sick and tired of her playing with my feelings like that. Yeah, one more time like this, she's going to be fucking done and out of here. No, she's not. No, she's not. I love her so much. I can't quit her. I can't quit her no matter what she does to me.
But can we ever leave these girls? No, never.
Nope.
Bitcoin's the most abusive relationship I've ever been in. So just so everyone knows.
She abuses me daily. I feel like anyone at a Diddy party, whenever whenever I think about Bitcoin, that's the image that I relate in my ass. The next one for you, sir, will be Abu is saying Rivian or Roblox, but we already saw Lucid and Tesla, which is the same shit as Rivian. So let's do Roblox, the blocks of Ro.
Yeah.
Thank you. Roblox. My ninja. A lot of people still don't understand what I mean when I say my ninja. which is incredible. Okay. Have you never seen a movie or TV? No? Okay, let's continue.
95% of people are lobotomized.
Yeah, of course. Estamos viendo Tesla. ¿Qué les parece si empezamos en la trimestral rapidísimo? Y ahora, Abu, habías pedido que ver o Rivian o Roblox. Vamos a hacer Roblox porque ya todos nos aventamos Lucid y Tesla y básicamente todo es lo mismo en el mundo de los coches. En realidad todo, no tiene sentido alguno que el mercado está cayendo, pero muy poquito y todo el mundo está actuando como si fuera el fin del puto mundo. O sea, este es un mini ajuste. Es demasiada información al mismo tiempo. Vamos a ver qué está pasando con Tesla. Habíamos tenido una clara tendencia alcista, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos y continuamos. Habíamos hecho este alto más alto. Ahora, este fue el bajo más bajo después de este gran alto. Eso está por verse. Y este fue el siguiente alto más bajo. Vamos a ver exactamente qué es lo que está pasando. Vamos a ver qué nos dice exactamente esto. Un segundo. Wave. Exactamente. Justamente estamos acá con este bajo y estamos buscando confirmar el siguiente alto. Así que todavía no lo tenemos en este gráfico trimestral para que lo sepan. Gran herramienta esta chingadera. Por ahora, estamos por encima del promedio del 9 trimestral, eso es alcista para mí. Estamos por encima del 21, encima del 34, todo en orden. Haciendo altos más altos no hemos roto la tendencia alcista, haciendo bajos más altos todavía no hemos roto nada de eso. Así que mínimo a largo plazo se ve bien. Cuando volteamos a ver volatilidad podemos ver que está expandiendo, pero nos falta un mes y 11 días antes de poder confirmar esa expansión de volatilidad. Y esa expansión hasta ahora se está dando ante una vela verde. Vamos a ver cómo continúa eso. Mensual. Mensual está por debajo del 9 y lo hemos estado por 1, 2 y esta sería la tercera sesión. Mensualmente hablando, queremos estar por encima de los 320, pero en realidad los 334 para mí son el punto importante para Tesla. Lo que está haciendo simplemente en este minuto es jugando el juego del pendejo, ¿no? El simple rangueo sin darle nada a nadie, se está quedando en medio. Eres bajista, estás cansado de ver el precio aquí arriba, eres alcista, estás cansado de ver el precio aquí abajo. No hay más. En esta tendencia aún, en la mensual, continuamos haciendo bajos más altos y altos más altos. Seguimos en una tendencia alcista y simplemente tenemos esta consolidación. Por ahora, si les pongo el HPDR en putiza, para que vean ya hice ese chiste, no lo voy a volver a hacer. Para que vean esto, venimos hasta el 78.6%, habíamos estado en el 88.6%, estamos subiendo. Esto a mí me da más esperanza, si este no fue el rechazo final en los 3.47 y vámonos a la mierda, de que deberíamos ir a buscar la zona azul en los 3.87. Y eso es bastante potente. Todavía faltan 9 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela. ¿Quieres ver este cierre mensual? Arriba de los 326, ¿ok? Arriba de los 326 es justamente el cierre mensual que estás buscando para acabar con esto y probablemente contar esta caída como un SFP. Normalmente se queda por debajo de esto, 1, 2, y luego el tercero es un pompazo, 1, 2, y este debería ser el tercero que es un pompazo a los 370. Julio, ya pasé tu mensaje, estoy esperando a que me conteste Bruno. No te me preocupes, gracias por tu mensaje. O sea, todavía no. Yo no soy el genio que lo está haciendo, además estoy haciendo esta chingadera, entonces me cuesta trabajo hacer dos cosas al mismo tiempo, soy muy inútil. No puedo, o sea, por ejemplo, no puedo manejar y ponerme maquillaje al mismo tiempo. No soy de esas mujeres que lo pueda hacer. 2 semanas un poco de lo mismo, pero estamos por encima del promedio del 9 que se encuentra en los 3.19, justamente aquí abajo. Estamos entrando en la zona azul. Siempre y cuando aguantemos este cierre 9 días y 4 semanas, deberíamos de tener una probabilidad más alta de venir a los 358. Ahora, de perder los $316, tu siguiente opción serían los 308. Y de perder los 308, muy probablemente vengas a los 299. Y eso debería de fundamentalmente aguantar hasta los 294. De no aguantar esta zona, estás hablando de mucho más downside para Tesla y vamos a mantener un ojo bien pelado por acá. Por lo pronto estamos rebotando bien, no tenemos nada de qué preocuparnos, pero tampoco tenemos nada que presumir, ¿no? Ahí andamos, simplemente rangueando. Semanal, nuestro promedio del 9 está $1 arriba. Queremos cerrar esta semana en 2 días y 4 horas este viernes por encima de los 320, que eso todavía nos dejaría seguir cementando para el cierre semanal, que falta todavía 9 días y no sé cuántas vergas horas y todo eso. Güey, qué profesional soy aquí. Es una mamada. Aquí no entiendo cómo no me ha contratado JP Morgan. Y nuestra meta está en los 3.25. 3.25 es la clave a romper una vez más. Eso es nuestro promedio del 9, me parece que en la de 2 semanas. Déjenme confirmo. No, ¿qué era lo que estaba en la de 2 semanas en los 3.20? ¿O era la semanal o la mensual? La mensual, creo que era la mensual. No, era la semanal. Ahí está también tu promedio del 9. Ok. Así que no mames, me voy de la semanal a la de 12 horas. Tranquilo, brother. Tranquilo. De vuelta a la semanal. No, sí, en la semanal. Ahora queremos cerrar por encima de los 3.20 y después 3.25, que es nuestra media. Cerrando por encima de la media, que es esta línea básicamente que viene de acá, nos debería llevar a los 360. De no poder lograrlo y cerrar por debajo, y también cerrar por debajo del promedio del 9 que está en los 3.20, porque estamos justo en medio de todo. Tu siguiente objetivo debería ser los 3.16, que ya lo tocaste y rebotaste. Pero si no, debería ser 311. Y de perder los 311, vas a 295. Diaria, preparando un cero de volatilidad. También estás encima de tu EMA 100, que está aquí abajo. Ya caíste, subiste a la parte alta de la zona azul, hasta el 60, ¿qué fue? El 61.8% te rechazó. Ya te tiró hasta el 61.8% del otro lado, y lo que naturalmente debería ocurrir acá, a menos de que sea muy bajista y que hay algo que no sabemos, es que esto retome la zona de los 3.30, de ahí se vaya a los 3.40 y de ahí a los 3.70. Entonces, amigos, amigas, tíos y tías, vamos a poner esto en contexto bastante sencillo. Estamos en medio de la nada. ¿Quieres ser alcista? Arriba de 3.30, 3.35. Bajista, por debajo de los 311. Abajo de los 311 es más bajista que alcista. Arriba de los 335 es más alcista que bajista. Y llévate estos 2.99, esta vela, este mínimo. En los 2.97, te llevas los 2.97 a la baja y probablemente vayas a los 2.69. Ahí lo tienen. Tesla, bastante fácil, pero bastante pinche de hueva. Está jugándole al verguita, ¿no? Y cuánto lo ha estado haciendo por cuánto tiempo. Mínimo antes el rango estaba grande, ahora está chiquitito como mi nepe cuando hace frío. En los Himalayas. O también ahorita, ¿no? En cualquier momento. Vale. Mr. Farhano, what AMC? Okay.
We love
Wow,
the
I
apes.
removed you.
We love the apes. We love them.
We love the what?
We love the apes. We love the apes.
I am an ape. I used to ape. Back when I was in
I
college, I
also-
used to ape. Now I don't ape anymore. I leave it to others. Still want to ape, but don't do it. Maybe Putin will do it, not me. Somebody else will ape.
Putin's doing all the aping.
How are the apes doing? Not good. All right, fuck me. Where's my $2 now?
Let me delete these meme lines because they're kind of pointless now.
Fuck.
I don't think we have to worry about $15 ever again.
No, I agree. I would agree with you.
So we are getting momentum flipping to the upside now, getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is contracting the entire time, so that is some bearish hopium that this is going to be nothing but a lower high. And so far, it is basically just a lower high. We haven't even been able to tap the median. Right now, the jewel is starting to lose the sell signal for the first time ever in the bearish control zone, but you're not really seeing any reaction off of that whatsoever. Right, based off of this, you should be looking for a move down to tap this 38.2%, which is somewhere around $2.35. Whether you are bullish or bearish, you likely are going to get a bounce in this $2.35 zone. It's going to be another tap of these current lows at around $2 and what is that, $2.38, maybe a slight sweep of those lows, and you taking out the liquidity in this area probably will give you a bounce. I'm not sure how high this thing will bounce because impossible to predict what shit like this moves to. Maybe it gets up to the median at around $3.80. I see it difficult to happen because of how much of a move that is. That's like 50%. I don't know. I guess 50% is not too crazy for this because we did see a bounce over here of about like 200%. I guess not, maybe somewhere around that median from that 38.2%. But eventually, I do expect that bounce to fail, and I do expect this to follow trend and ride somewhere around that 90% zone on the HPDR. And that is right now somewhere below 40 cents. That's like 33 cents. I don't see why it wouldn't do that, considering the trend is just holding. Let's go a little lower. But I have failed to factor in that the squeeze has not been squoze yet. So do with that what you will.
Oh, you're right. You're totally right. The squeeze hasn't been squozen yet. You're right. Fuck. Crazy.
The hedge funds want you to sell.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Roaring Kitty's coming back. Don't worry. He's coming back.
He's a top 5 holder of GameStop now. He's in there with you.
I love it. I love it.
The monthly is now also playing out the idea of the lower high being in with a nice projection of that top 38.2%. That would give you a minimum target coming down to hit this median right at 245, just above that 235 area. Very likely we'll get a slight bounce in that zone. I'm not sure how volatile that bounce will be, but eventually it is likely going to come to this bottom 38.2%, which right now this level sits at about just under $2 at $1.94. Let's look at the jewel. Getting a fresh buy signal hasn't confirmed, but it will confirm at the end of this month. Let's see what type of move this gets with a buy signal in the bearish control zone. You're gonna have to take all these signals with a grain of salt, because meme stocks don't move as you usually would see with these type of setups. Alrighty. I expect to see several 100% results. %, meant a little bit lower, and then 52%. So not even close, but I guess this was before it became a meme stock. This was in 2017. So it's not bad then. Let's check here. Initially 59%, 340, 1,471. It did end up going slightly lower, so I guess we just count the 50%. This was after the whole squeeze business. 60% up. Did go significantly lower, but got a 60% bounce. How much do we go up from here? About 100%. Wow, this thing is very volatile. So far, how much have we gone up? 14%, 16%. Let's apply the 50% move. Oh, 450. Let's see what 380 would be. Be roughly 20%. It would be very smaller, on the smaller side. The 2 weeks. 2 weeks also now starting to flip to the downside. Is there any divergence present? There's some hidden bearish divergence as well that will be confirmed with any close below $2.78. Going to give you an easy target of somewhere around 236. Same 230 zone. 2 week jewel starting to curve back around, giving you a neutral signal, starting to project getting out of the bearish control zone. Weekly ever so slightly flipped up, just about to start flipping back down again though, with volatility just about to start expanding. Jewel's giving you a sell signal, losing the median, target somewhere around same 234. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly, except the 5 days now giving you a sell signal on the jewel. 2 days currently flipped up, although it does look like the lower high is in, and you're going to be targeting somewhere around 269. Nice number for a little bit of a bounce at 269, and then probably 230s.
Very classy.
Very happy to see numbers like that. The market is a simulation, confirmed. Daily is right at the edge of the bearish control zone. volatility is not just about to start expanding, getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel. You've lost your 38.2%, rejected it on a back test. Very likely somewhere towards 260s first for a bounce. I really hope it's at 269 and then 230s. 4 hours now freshly falling back down within the bearish control zone. Volatility is expanding, jewels entering into the bearish control zone. Somewhere around that 276, 263 area where you're going to get your first bounce. Then we're looking towards 230s. Check on the RSI. What AMC should do is they should copy McDonald's monopoly thing, except make their own shitcoin and give that to people and just print endless amounts of it.
Well, isn't AMC one of the stupid companies that's going to buy Bitcoin or some shit like that?
I think so. They should just
what?
make their own worthless shitcoin.
Well, you buy the Bitcoin and then you sell the shit coin, and people will relate it to their treasury, and it's not a treasury, but people think somehow they have ownership in that, which is not direct ownership, and that's the way to do it if you're gonna fuck all these retards, which I think they should. If they're stupid enough to, like, including myself, being a community member and a great ape, I deserve it. I deserve to be fucked further.
The Michael Saylor method.
Yeah, I don't want to just be fucked by the tip. I want the whole thing. Okay, give it to me.
Insert it all.
This is proper TA.
Well, let's see how how much further it will be inserting on the month. On the monthly, you've got multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, and this is going to be active as long as you are closing below. I gotta zoom in because these candles are so small. Like something else. Going to be active as long as you're closing below $4.08. And your next target will be, see, impossible. Doesn't tell you. Critical zone. Let's see if I can adjust the number just a little bit. Get a more relevant number. Bearish control zone. Let's move that to where we are right now. 32. A little bit of 30. Wow, 230. Oh, wow. Very beautiful. 235. Just change the number and it'll fit your bias. Well, they change the settings and it'll fit your bias. 2 week. Nothing. Weekly is about to put in another drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm. I gotta zoom in. With any close below about $2.93. Oh wow, my computer's about to die. It's at 10%. Okay, I can finish it up in 10%.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
5 days also putting in another drive of hidden bearish divergence. Same number to confirm as the weekly. 5-day target would be somewhere around 273. Let's see what the weekly target is. Weekly target is about $2.05. 2 days got 3 drives of bearish divergence. Next target is the critical zone. This number will update. Right now it's at 128. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it goes straight to 128 because we did see 33 cents before. Nothing there. Now we'll go to momentum. Quarterly is pointed to the upside, but it will flip down in about 1 month, in 11 days if you close below about $3.01. And you're about to get well, interesting. You're about to get volatility expansion with momentum about to flip down. Maybe we do go to 33 cents. Monthly is currently freshly flipped up. Volatility is about to enter a contraction phase, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 266. 2 week is currently freshly flipped to the downside, and it's going to be flipped down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone as long as you're closing below 292. Weekly is also flipped to the downside, going to be flipped down as long as you're below 356. 5 days also flipped to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone, and you're going to be flipped down below 356. 2-day is currently also freshly flipped to the downside. Volatility is just about to start expanding, or it actually is expanding now, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 280. We close in about 3.5 hours, so this could possibly flip up in about 3 hours. Going to reset this price scale. Daily is currently also flipped to the downside, freshly, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. It's going to be flipped down below $3. Come on. And 4 hours now flipped down with fresh volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're below about 297. So in the high time frames, AMC looks, to put in simple, kind of fucked. It's just flatlining over here after making a major dump ski. Kind of looks like one of those heart monitors that just go beep.
The end of it, right? Yeah, yeah.
And it's about to start freshly flipping to the downside on the quarterly. It's already it's flipped up on the monthly, but you're getting volatility expansion. I mean contraction on the 2-week. Now it's freshly flipping down. Every single other time frame below the 2-week, it is starting to flip down. You're getting volatility expansion as well. Your first target would be somewhere around 260 to 270. I like the number 269 from the HPDR. Very likely you do get a bounce in that zone. Not sure how high that will get because this thing does like to move 30 to 50% swings. But eventually I do expect to land somewhere around 235 for our RSI targets and HPDR targets. And not sure if it bounces from there or not. I would hope so, because if it doesn't, then you have that relevant HPDR target of 34 cents. I don't know if it goes there or not, but I don't see why it wouldn't based off of the monthly and the quarterly chart. The
What if it gets
invalidation, right?
backwards?
Hmm?
If instead of getting squozen in the way that everyone thinks, the squeeze is to the
Oh, I
downside,
see.
maybe.
Squeezing the apes, squeezing the community members,
Squeezing their nuts.
taking every last penny that they earned at McDonald's.
We deserve it.
The invalidation right now is either getting a monthly tick above $186.08.
So fucked.
Or a monthly close over $149.06. That'd be enough for me to say, okay, we're probably gonna go back up to these highs. I'm sorry, I can't say it with a straight face. Otherwise, I think it's probably either gonna flatline here or maybe go below $1. I hope that was helpful.
It probably wasn't for whoever's looking at it, unless they wanted to hear that their shit's going to go to zero. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. That was a great way of saying fuck.
I'm gonna plug in my computer before it dies.
Perfect. The next one for you, just so you know, Target.
It's a very never mind.
Or Target, if you're French. This is all I have in my chart. 3-month. This is it. That's all I had. You might go back to 365 and fucking fuck it. It's fucked. Okay. Damas y caballeros, estamos viendo AMC, por supuesto. Esto parece que está muerto. No, esto ya está muerto, cabrón. No sé qué más decir. Hemos tenido un máximo histórico en los 3.94, por supuesto, con ese gran squeeze que hubo. Y ahora toda la gente que está holdeando, incluyéndome a mí, que cuando compré mi AMC ya, después de que bajó de no sé cuánto, dije a la verga, lo dejé ahí, no sé ni cuánto tengo, pero no vale nada. Literalmente, creo que lo compré en 27, $30, un pedo así, y ya no vale nada esta madre. Acciones de meme, es lo que compras, ¿no? Y lo que pasa. Por ahora, el promedio del 5 nos está rechazando por acá y cada vez que nos ha tocado, nos ha rechazado. El último rechazo fue en los 3.47 y nos mandó para abajo. Estamos en 2.84. Quiero que sepan, el mínimo local, el mínimo de toda la tabla es justamente esto, los 2.33. Este mínimo de esta vela, el low es 2.45, o sea, básicamente 10 centavos arriba. Y una vez que te lleves estos 10 centavos de los 2.45, básicamente vas a ir a buscar los 2.33 y si no rebotas y te llevas los 2.33, vas a ir a 30 centavos. Yo creo que es todo lo que tienes que saber de esto. ¿Qué cambiaría todo esto si empiezas a a ganar primero la zona de los 364 a la alza y por encima de ello después ya los 451. Pero, y digamos este gran pero, por más que esto parece que está poniendo estructura, que fue el mínimo en abril del 2025, estás cayendo, y más si lo pones así. Esto no pinta bien. Yo lo dejaría. A ver, vamos a rifarnos acá. Está acá. Ok, es lo que está aguantando ahorita. Que de nuevo, no la tocó acá, solamente la tocó acá, rebotó, hizo un alto más bajo y vámonos para abajo. Te llevas 278 para abajo y vas a ir a ver los 240, los 253 a 247, 247 a 233, 233 te va a llevar literalmente a los 30 centavos. Así que ahí está el squeeze de AMC. I simplified it a lot, Alex, so it's your turn. I'm sorry. There's not a lot. I know Farhan does the analysis properly and how it's supposed to be done, but this is fucking bullshit.
It is bullshit. And it truly is just looking absolutely bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, good. Better just get that out of the way. Let's look at Roblox, because actually Roblox is looking interesting. We're within a range that we can confirm that. And for me now, we're all eyes on the daily close. If you want to say that we're going to get a gap fill and test the daily EMA 9 and possibly higher, you need to get back above that EMA 34. It's going to be absolutely crucial for bulls to get a reclaim of that. And granted, they are trying. So we have slight price divergence here. You could potentially argue this is a higher low in the making, but you just need confirmation of that by actually taking out August 18th wick high and then actually reclaiming back above that EMA 9. Because Roblox is a very easy chart. There's really nothing more to say than when we're super trending bullish, the daily EMA 9 just acts as a major opportunity zone. And you can even just see in the midst of reclaiming all the way from when it actually got above in April to then when it got lost in July, this was even just a quick deviation. So this can at least tell me that if we get back above that daily EMA 9, even if we're not above the meme line, I'm still going to be looking at that as a very bullish signal for me. And that's just based on how well that daily 9's been holding. So big close today, watch the daily 34 to actually get more of a bias to gap fill and move up closer to $122.37. Let's see the 12 hours, same thing. And then even the 3-day tells you that. I wanted to hit on this because, this at least can tell you that there is weakness. You should be very cautious here of a rejection. Now, again, if we start reclaiming that daily EMA 9, and that bleeds into the 3-day getting reclaimed, that'll be a great sign and more confluence of a move up to $325.78. Where if you get back above there, I actually think you can easily test around the all-time high. Now, making a new all-time high, that's a different story, but I definitely think you can easily test around $135 to around $138. Now, this is very crucial because this kind of gives you confluence of the idea that, yeah, you are going to need to hold support and reclaim that to actually talk about getting an all-time high. This was a pretty, harsh wick high rejection. And you saw sellers step in here, really each wick high never taking out the last one before breaking down. So yes, you are at support, but that's why I just want to watch and really, just talk about that $125.78 region being a major spot. So if we're under there, there's not going to be an all-time high. And if we start rejecting that, it could give, implication of, maybe you're actually going to start seeing the EMA 9 on the weekly get lost. Now, no need to front run this. We've seen how well the daily EMAs have been, holding. So as long as you are holding above the weekly 9, I believe you're going to get another shot at testing around that $126 region. It's just going to really, be a question of, are we going to hold it or not? So that could have implications for a good daily close today. because still the same thing. As long as you're under all major moving averages, you're not going to get a buy trigger, and you just need to get back above even the 34 to open up a move back to around that EMA 9. So that's kind of what I'm watching today. Roblox is an easy chart because you just have lots of volatility. And even if you got a deep pullback in quotation marks all the way under $100 back to around $94, this still would be looked at as bullish and, grinding out a monthly higher low.
I'm so sorry. I need to add to your bullish thesis. Do you know why you'd gap down like that on the daily?
Let's see. No, the sell-off here?
Yeah, the sell-off was because the U.S. Senate, Congress, whatever, found out or something that there's pedophiles on Roblox doing whatever, and it's not safe for kids, right? But people took it as a bearish signal. But pedophilia in the U.S. government and Congress and for celebrities, it's actually very bullish. Ask Diddy, ask Epstein, ask Obama, ask anyone. So pedophilia, this is a very bullish thing right now because everyone thinks it's a negative, but actually pedophilia for the U.S. and every single government is a majorly bullish thing. So I just want people to know, I want you to be aware that it's not things are not what they seem. Now, I'm not a bullish person on pedophilia. Sadly, that's why I'm not a billionaire. But those guys are, and it's working out pretty great for them.
That is the trend, though. I mean, all the rich, powerful, in quotation mark people are, they do dabble in that. So that is an interesting idea that does play into the fact that you really shouldn't get too bearish on this chart. And even if you, rejected, came down, tested here, like this still would just be looked at as a monthly higher low. Nothing's bearish until you actually lose that monthly 9. So, that's just as kind of like to preface my lower time frame analysis. Watch the daily EMA 34. Need a reclaim to actually get a gap fill. Until you're, and unless that actually happens, that's just hopium. And there's no reason to be, discrediting this daily EMA 34. It holds really well in extremity lows. Now, again, this has just been very bullish. News flow comes out. Big dump. So if you ended up squeezing up, that definitely wouldn't surprise me. What quickly went to my mind is every app has that. So it's really no big surprise. Every literal app and video game has.
And no other one will ever top the amount that is on Reddit.
Pedophilia?
Yep.
Very bullish on Reddit. I didn't know that. Very bullish. I just don't understand why people look at it as a negative. It's clearly no one does anything about it, so it's not bad. They're telling us that it's bad. Now, again, I don't practice it and I don't support it, but it's bullish for everyone because everyone that does it is like the people that own everything.
Are you surprised though? Reddit is the greatest hive of scum and villainy.
It is. Reddit is one of the worst places on earth. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, terrible app, honestly.
Only fags use it.
Never on it. Ever. I don't even have a Reddit. I've Reddit on my phone, and their stock actually IPO'd into terrible. So, yeah. Anyways, So just watch the daily EMA 9. Use these two moving averages, the 9 and the 34, as kind of your gauge. Get above the 34, go to the 9, get above the 9. Okay, cool. You can go back to around that $126, which is the big area. Obviously, it's just right around that all-time high, and that's what's going to, separate us from an all-time high is getting back above there. So just watch that very carefully. I do think that Roblox now that I know kind of why it's dumped, this really doesn't look bearish. It looks like you made a higher high, higher low, and you're potentially now going to either bearish retest $126, roll over and go down, or this will just be a reclaim. It'll be a hindsight trade where you're like, wow, this actually was just an opportunity.
And in all seriousness, they did this at the bottom. Like at the bottom, they also had when it hit the bottom, people, they opened up there's a lot of pedophilia going on in Roblox. And then like, not this local bottom, like the actual bottom of the chart back then.
Wow.
And then he just went up. I was like, oh, is he gonna fucking collapse? And he didn't. And after he didn't, I was like,
I see.
interesting. So that's when I started to learn that the more bad news that they throw me, the more bullish something becomes. But they literally did that back then. So now it's repeating itself. You had a dump that was not serious, and now it's probably gonna continue and get to the 260 something promised land that I promised everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is looking very bullish, and even if you get it moved down, let's say to around $100, it's just not. I'm not really concerned on that, honestly. You have the 2-week 9, and then you even have the monthly 9 right at that like $96 range. So, regardless, I mean, you have a high, and you can easily afford a higher low. You really have no reason to get bearish on this chart, as long as you're above the monthly 9. So. Yeah, very bullish chart. Look at this, just like totally V reversed out of here. And so now that you're honestly here, it does make sense, even just chart wise, that you're getting some kind of pullback here. Like this definitely makes sense, even if the news came out. Like you're just at a major zone. Generally, you want to form structures, something that couldn't happen here. And you just dumped. This can easily just like reverse it and actually started to move up. That'd be nice. So yeah, that's all I have on Roblox. Very easy chart when it's having a lot of volatility. You're gauging the daily EMA 34. That'll guide you to at least give you confidence of a gap fill, a test of that daily 9. $126 is my spot to confirm potentially a new all-time high. And as long as you are under the yellow meme line, this is going to be more more in bearish retest territory, and that's why it's going to be crucial to watch that if and when you make that move up. Curious to see the 5. Did we lose the 5? So yeah, you are actually testing that EMA 5. Since this chart's been so bullish, I do think it's appropriate to put the EMA 5 on. So I was wondering, where are we catching resistance? Well, you're at the daily EMA 34 and also testing that weekly 5. So again, just more of a reason, I think, to just kind of wait and sit on your hands. The easy trade for me on this is just waiting for the pop to around $126, because you at least know you have some kind of local bottom here, and then you can work off of that and trend. But until then, you're just potentially going to reject either here at the 34 or make a move up, gap fill, and then just reject around this region, aka just you're going to get chopped out. So I think it's just a lot easier to kind of wait and watch, see if you lose the weekly 9. That at least then can give you, confluence of a weekly trigger to around $100, which then could mean that, yeah, you're just going to start making your move down to that daily EMA 100, which is technically the target as long as you are under the EMA 34, which is actually lining up nicely with losing the weekly 9, which has been holding since April, and then going all the way down to that 21. So yeah, until then, though, no reason to get too bearish here. Instead, just watch this region and wait on the daily close, because you don't want to be the person getting excited about, some little price divergence, longing here, and then you just totally disregard a daily 34 that then does end up rejecting you. It can be literally that simple. So, yeah. Nice chart,
Thank
though.
you, sir. Yeah. Actually, very interesting too. URA is next for you. URA. I have no idea what that is.
Global X Uranium ETF.
Oh, nice.
Cool. Nice, yeah.
Thank you. Gracias. Ok, vamos a ver. Roblox, damas y caballeros. Ahora, Roblox, tengo un chiste. Es un chiste, pero también no es un chiste. La razón por la que Roblox, si lo estás viendo en la diaria, tiene este gap a la baja y por qué tocó esto y luego cayó tan fuerte, entre comillas, ¿no? De 150 a 112, y este es un ajuste de cuánto, vamos a ponerlo acá en la mesa, 25%. Es lo que suena más o menos, ¿no? Es lo que habíamos visto otra tabla que tenía un ajuste de 25%, que era Palantir, estoy casi seguro. Y en Roblox, este bajón, si no se lo saben, es porque encontraron o hay una red de pedófilos en el app y dicen que no hay las seguridades necesarias para proteger a los niños, etcétera. Y esto fue algo que el Congreso de Estados Unidos dijo en voz alta, y esas fueron las noticias que cagaron todo. Pero si te pones a pensar realísticamente, el Congreso de Estados Unidos, junto con Epstein, junto con Diddy, con todas las celebridades más grandes y la gente más rica en Estados Unidos, todos son pedófilos. Todos. Así que esto es alcista. Y ahora van a decir, jajaja, qué chistoso, Alejandro, pero no. Mis huevos, si no. Porque cuando les pongo la mensual, cuando estábamos más o menos por acá, lo mismito hicieron acá. Y yo dije, güey, va a bajar más, no puede ser. Porque acá yo estaba platicando con Willy muchísimo esos días cuando estábamos haciendo todas las pendejadas de los NFTs y que no. Y cuando estaba pasando esto, yo le había dicho a Willy, esta se me hace una gran oportunidad de compra. Y luego salen las noticias de que los pedófilos y no sé qué. Yo dije, puta madre, igual me voy a equivocar y esta madre se va a cero. Pero los pedófilos hicieron esto. La pedofilia nos llevó aquí arriba. Y ahora, si me estás diciendo que hay pedofilia solamente aquí, Dios, yo les había prometido los 232, la pedofilia nos debería de llevar para acá. Ahora yo no estoy aprobando la pedofilia, yo no soy de esos, yo no soy rico, poderoso, ni tampoco famoso. Así que no estoy de ese lado. Pero la pedofilia en el gobierno de Estados Unidos, en los negocios de Estados Unidos, es alcista, les guste o no, porque no existen consecuencias ante ella. Y quien quiera decirme lo contrario, mándenme una noticia donde alguien de verdad importante haya sido arrestado por hacerlo. No, es simplemente para nosotros los mortales un no. Y ahora, qué hueva. Si no siquiera aguanto a viejas de 30 años escucharlas hablar, imagínate un pinche niño, qué hueva. Perdón por los malos chistes. Vamos a empezar con esto. Roblox, una vez más, que estamos formando ese patrón de taza y agarradera y tenemos el movimiento medio que ya se los canté hace cuánto tiempo, literalmente a los 232. Vamos a ver qué exactamente es lo que nos puede dar un poco de información acá. Aquí existe, tienes un ajuste ya de 25%, ¿ok? Y esto es como yo lo vería honestamente, 25, al promedio del 9 es un 30, al promedio del 21 es un 42%. Tu oportunidad más grande probablemente esté aquí en los $99, en los 100. Además de que esa fue una zona importante, me parece que en la semanal, pues en la diaria. Deme un segundo. Sí, en realidad en la diaria, de romper, retestear, empujar altos históricos. Una vez que rompiste los 100, entonces entre los 100 y los 93, a mi gusto, esta va a ser si es que llega a caer a ese punto, tu gran zona de agregar acá. ¿Ya? Y que no hay un Black Swan o una mamada así pasando, ya sabes. Y lo que estamos diciendo ahorita es, pero güey, debería entonces ahorita de agregar porque esto va a subir. No es un buen momento en este momento porque tienes la caída de 25%, tienes el rebote y estás acá. El problema de esto es que puedes tranquilamente venir hasta los 126, hacer un alto más bajo y dar la siguiente patada a los 99. Y en los 99 probablemente saquen más noticias de los pedófilos y ahí es donde ya se vaya para arriba. Y si no rebota en los 99, tal vez encontremos ese rebote en los 93. Para mí, más abajo de los 93 no juega menos de que haya una super mega crisis. Y ahora, igual y esto ya se acabó y este fue el ajuste total, ¿no? Esto acá, una vez más, sería 37% a los 93. Eso ya un 40% de pérdida en una empresa de este tamaño es ridículo. Y también al mismo tiempo, ante estas velas verdes, estás teniendo una expansión de volatilidad en la diaria. La semanal es la vista que me gusta más porque simplifica todo. Estoy por encima del 9 y lo único que tengo que hacer es básicamente cruzar el promedio del 5, que es la línea verde que están viendo ahí para arriba, para poder darme la pauta que vamos para arriba. Pero después de poder retomar el promedio del 5 en los 121, y si en los 126 no puedo pasar de ahí, olvídalo. Yo voy a comprar, si estoy buscando mi objetivo de los 230, una vez que esté consolidando aquí arriba. No me interesa este porcentaje de aquí a acá. Nada. ¿Por qué? Porque me puedo atrapar y me puedo quedar aquí atorado un rato en lo que está haciendo esta mamada después, antes de irse para arriba. ¿No? Estás un poco en medio de toda esta jugada y simplemente no quiero quedarme ahí atorado. ¿Cuál sería mi indicación de que me voy a ir más para abajo? Simplemente llevarte este mínimo en los 112.20 y vean qué bonito aguantó el meme line, ¿no? Impresionante. Entonces, si te llegas a llevar eso, y también tienen que entender esto, esta vela semanal topera no tuvo una confirmación, ni esta. Esta vela es topera también, pero no tanto, yo no le haría tanta validez como a esta, y esta no te la confirmó. Esta sí. Entonces, aquí lo que me está diciendo es, tal vez no la grande, pero la chica sí, y tengamos un ajuste. $100 se me haría ya una ganga, literal. Y cualquier cosa debajo sería una mamada. Yo creo que existe una alta probabilidad de que ya hayas visto el fondo acá, pero no me voy a querer quedar a jugar acá y quedarme atorado en este rango un rato. Yo quiero empezar a consolidar por encima de los 126 para dar continuación y empujar a la alza. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Mr. Farhano, what are you doing now? I forgot.
Target.
Target. That is so
Target is
classy.
where you go to avoid the Walmart people. But
Well, now
nowadays they're at Target as well.
I was gonna say exactly.
Now you got to go to Whole Foods or Erewhon or whatever the fuck it is.
Erewhon is the one that no one can afford anymore. That's the one.
I guess that's the one benefit of paying $26 for a bottle of water is you avoid the Walmart people.
That's right. You don't have to fucking smell like rotten milk everywhere.
I have to this day never
Thank
seen one of their never seen one of their establishments.
I have, but not for a long time.
So on the monthly or on the quarterly on Target, this is now shifting into a quarterly downtrend. You've made a lower low, you've made your lower high, you're making another lower low. Right now, the target for my short-term target would be somewhere around my short-term target for Target would be somewhere around this 100 EMA at about like $88, $89. Whether we are bullish or bearish, I do think we're going to get a bounce from this zone, and the target for that bounce could take you anywhere up to this 55 EMA, which is around $112. But I would assume that this would be in a more of a bearish posturing as long as you're closing below this 38.2% and this wick high here at about like $145 area roughly. Start to get a close over there, and then it's going to be a lot more likely that you're going to be testing these highs. And if you can get a close over this major rejective lower high, you're going to reverse this downtrend, made another higher high, and you can have the startings of an uptrend. But as of right now, it is in a downtrend, and you should be looking for somewhere around the $88 zone to get tested. Significance of this 100 EMA though is this is the zone that we made our last major macro low before we continued upwards and onwards until hitting somewhere around $267. Hopium right now is that's the same thing we're doing now because we did the same exact thing this time around where we shifted into a downtrend, made a low, made a lower low, lower high, came down to that 100 EMA, got a strong bounce, and then shifted it back into an uptrend. This is what the bulls are hoping for happens this time around as well. Momentum is now back once again into the deep within the bearish control zone. Same area it was in at this time around. And every time the target is in this zone, in the bearish control zone, it at the very least gets a bounce, if not a reversal. And the trend has been holding that in this zone, it does get major bounces, if not reversals. And we have to assume that trend is going to continue to hold, especially since you're going to be tapping such extreme areas on the HPDR, 88.3%. This was also where we had bottomed at last time, right around that 88.3% to the 95%. Let's go to the monthly. Monthly is now starting to shift up on momentum. That's interesting to see with volatility very close to going into an expansion phase. And we're also at a very high probability bounce area at that 88.3%, right around that 200 SMA. Would expect, as long as you're holding over that 200 SMA, to get a little bit of a bounce to retest this 9 EMA around $108 to $112, same numbers before. And as long as you are holding below about $145, likely it's just going to be a bearish retest to that $88, $89 number. 2 week is currently starting to freshly flip down on momentum. Volatility is now at extreme lows. And we are starting to get a rejection of this 38.2%, but we are holding over the median. Median's at $96.77. If you start to lose the median, that's where you're going to get that breakdown towards that $88, $89 number, which is just going to be a tap of this bottom 38.2%. Would just be a retest of these current lows. Wouldn't exactly be the most bearish thing. It doesn't really start to get bearish until you start to lose $87. Weekly is now also in a breakdown, losing the 38.2%, below the 50%, sitting right at the 61.8%. Momentum is now entering into the bearish control zone. Is there any bearish divergence? Let's see. Zoom in. There is some slight bearish divergence between these 2 points here. Likely you're going to get a retest of that same area, $88, $89. There is a bullish jewel cross right now with the pink crossing above the yellow. Let's see how much of a move up you've gotten from there. Let's see. Let's mark off another one. See what the comparable results are. And take one more. There we go. This one goes all the way back to 2017. Oh, this was a total failure. What do you know? Went up about 2%. This one's more respectable. 23%, double digits. Nice. This one from the 31%, 33%, a little sideways, and then 67%. It's a good number. How much have we done so far? About 9%. Let's take it 20%. Brings us slightly over that $115 area to about $120. Still would be below that $145 lower high. It's still in a more bearish posture. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly, same bearish divergence, same jewel signal. 2 day, freshly flipping to the downside, very close entering into the bearish control zone, volatility expansion, jewels losing the buy signal, starting to curve over. Daily opened with a nice gap to the downside. It's getting a bounce now. Momentum still deep within the bearish control zone. High probability for a bounce in this zone to somewhere around at the very least $102 to tap that bottom 38.2%. 4 hour, very deep within the bearish control zone, tapping the 97.5%. Volatility is nearly topped out. Jewel's giving you a buy signal. All signs point towards a short-term bounce towards same area, about 102. Let's go to our side. Quarterly's got bearish divergence. I believe many drives. Let me zoom in. Fucking A, I just did it again. Yeah, many drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below about $167.40. That is a good amount higher than where we are right now. And your next target is the critical zone. Let's see where we're at right now, 31. Let's change it to 30 and see what number that gives us for the bearish control zone. About $80. Very close to that $88 number. So all you got to do is just change the settings. Monthly's got multiple drives of hitting bearish divergence. Let's see what the critical zone is right now. Oh, beautiful. $88. Fits my bias. 2 week, weekly. 5 days got many drives of hitting bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below about $108. Next target is that bearish control zone. Sits at about $85. Come on. 2 days putting in another drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $101.95. Easy target is that bearish control zone. Currently sits at $95. Going to update in about 3 hours. I'd like to see this drop into the 80s.
And that volatility expansion too. Oh, same on the daily.
Yep. And right from around 20%. Pretty low areas of volatility, and you expanded from that zone right over here, and you got a massive dump ski off of that. This was 36% to the downside. Daily is also putting in bearish divergence with volatility expansion. Target is going to be that bearish control zone. Currently sits at $93. The critical zone sits at a very more beautiful number, $69. 4 hours now also putting in hidden bearish divergence. And this will confirm with any close below, it's going to be high, $104.44. And that will give you a target of that critical zone. Right now it sits at 83 bucks. And volatility is now expanding from extreme lows. I wonder why such a household company like Target would be nuking so much. Can't be because people are not buying things.
No. The economy is very strong. I saw it on the news, so it's impossible that people are broke. That makes no sense. I'm sure it's just an error in accounting, and it'll be presented eventually as a correction. Because there's no
Yeah,
other
it's
way.
just
I believe everything the news tells me. So for
they're
sure,
just
it's the economy's
misreporting the
strong.
sales numbers.
Yeah, probably. Most likely an error. Just a clerical error.
If they were to do something, some shit like that, and be like, actually, the numbers were wrong, probably every single shareholder would sue them.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. But the thing is, you can lie about the economy and about everything else all the time to people, so they can absolutely fuck everything up and not be sued. But if you do it as a corporation directly, you can get absolutely destroyed.
It's such a strong consumer right now, Mr. Jerome Powell is a very strong consumer.
Oh yeah, the economy is just heating up. Inflation is coming back for sure. People have so much money right now that they're gonna still spend more money in higher prices. So crazy, you know?
And now on the quarterly, you're getting momentum freshly flipping to the downside. It tried to flip back up right over here in about 2023 when the rest of the market was hitting new all-time highs. And this just did a little bearish retest, didn't even come close to hitting our previous highs. And then it flipped back again to the downside. And it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $124.50. Right now, you're very close to getting volatility expansion to the downside too. When's the last time we had volatility expansion to the downside? 2016, how much of a dumpski did we get? About 33%. We had volatility expansion in 2018. That wasn't even that much. And we saw how much of a dumpski. And it does these dumpskis pretty fast. 32%, very similar move than we had in 2020. 30%. Wow.
Huh.
That makes you think.
So you know that those are normal corrections. When the economy is really fucked, you do 60% less business. That's if your business is doing 60% less business right now, that basically puts you in one of the worst financial times ever.
2008 was
60%.
50%.
Like that was average. Not the move, but the business that you were doing.
So if we were to take 50% from where we are, flip down from here, or let's just assume we expand volatility from here. Let's give it a nice assumption. Bring it down first 30%, brings us to about $67, $68. 50% brings us to that quarterly 200 SMA, right around $46, $45. Monthly is currently flipped to the upside. Volatility is very topped out. Very high probability zone of a mean reversion. And you're currently flipped up as long as you're closing over $91.60. And that mean reversion could take you somewhere up to like 115-ish dollars. 2 week. It's also currently flipped to the upside. Volatility is not fully contracted, sitting at 2%, and we're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 93.60. Weekly is now freshly flipped to the downside, rejecting the critical zone, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $106.25. 5 days also freshly flipped down, still getting volatility expansion, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're below $106.15. 2-day is currently flipped to the upside, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 102.23. It's going to flip down in about 3 hours. Doesn't look the strongest either. Curvature is kind of to the downside. And if this does flip down here, this is going to be a loss of the bullish control zone. And daily is freshly flipped down, kind of making it a lot more likely the 2-day is going to flip down. And daily is flipped down, losing the bullish control zone. It's going to flip down as long as you're closing. Be flipped down as long as you're closing below 140.50. And there's some ever so slight bearish divergence. 4 hours currently flipped to the upside with volatility expansion. And it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $96.38. And you're about to exit the bearish control zone as well. So in the higher time frames, that does look a little fucked, but it did look fucked last time around whenever it made a lower low and made a quarterly downtrend before flipping back up right around that 100 EMA. So there is possibility that we could have a local bottom somewhere around this 100 EMA. But whether we're bullish or bearish, I would be looking for another retest at the very least of these $80 lows, based off of lower time frames, which are all starting to flip to the downside right now. The only very low time frames, like the 4 hour, are starting to flip up, and that would just give you a bearish retest somewhere around maybe 104, possibly up to $115, although I don't really see it going that high. And from there, I do expect another retest of the $80 zone. And if that does hold, then there's possibility of going back up to retest these highs somewhere around that $145 area. If you can start to get daily closes over 145, then there becomes a real possibility that the local bottom is in. But right now, I would be looking for simply just a bearish retest and retest of our current lows and see the reaction there. And the invalidation right now on the retest of our current lows is going to be if we can get a close over that $145 area. And the invalidation of moving to the upside from or this having a bullish resolution is if you start to get a monthly close below this 200 SMA, or if you get a quarterly close below this 100 EMA, or if you get a tick below about $48.56. Either one of those three things, and then I'm going to say this thing's probably fucked, and it's going to break all of these lows, and probably going to go to zero. But I wouldn't bet on Target going to zero. I would say probably somewhere around that $80 zone, we're going to get a decent bounce. Don't know if it's going to be a reversal or not, but I don't really see it breaking $48. Could be wrong. That's just my personal bias.
The measured move on it, because we saw it last time, and this, I don't know how long ago we did this. This is on the December 24th. This was a head, I'm sorry, shoulder, head, shoulder. Measured move takes you to $72.
Just below 80. I'll take it.
We'll all take it because it fits all of our biases all together. And that is basically a 97%. 77. Probably. All right. Understood. Thank you, señor. Appreciate it. Fucking Target. Estamos viendo Target. Todos saben que es Target acá en Gringolandia. Creo que también hay Targets en México, ¿no? Y lo que había visto antes acá y lo que le estaba platicando a Farhan es teníamos un hombro, cabeza, hombro que se jugó. Esto debería darme un objetivo de los $72. Los 73, $72. Estamos cotizando en 97. Interesante cuando volteas a ver a Target en la trimestral y lo pones así, porque ya de por sí ya tuvo una caída y vamos a ver de qué tanto ha sido la caída que ha tenido Target en estos momentos, hasta de 67%. Quiero ver exactamente en el 2008 cuánto cayó Target en ese entonces, menos que ahorita. Y la última vez, en el 2008, fue la única vez que tocó el EMA 100 acá. Puede que el movimiento de caída se haya detenido y que haya sido todo lo que acabamos de ver en este momento. ¿Y cuándo empezó esto? Julio del 2007, y esto tocó fondo en enero del 2009, básicamente junto con todo el mercado. Interesante. No, ahora no entiendo para toda la gente que ve las noticias, y esto es sarcasmo para los que no entiendo cómo es que Target está cayendo. Una vez más, vamos a medirlo solamente para no equivocarme. Ha caído casi 70% de su máximo, casi 67%, cuando la economía está tan fuerte. Jerome Powell me lo dice, viene inflación, la economía está muy fuerte, no entiendo por qué sus ventas no están aumentando. ¿Qué estará pasando? Algo ha de estar mal, me imagino que están dando mal los números o hay un error que alguien, el contador no puso bien los números, un pedo así, ¿no? Porque literalmente esto ya es de aprovechar, ¿no? Y además, aquí tienes una zona bastante importante, lo pueden ver acá, denme un segundo, para Tarjay en los 85.96, que fue casi donde fue a hacer el fondo. Aquí es donde debería encontrar el fondo y dar continuación a la alza. Pero, de acuerdo a todos nuestros indicadores y todo lo que estamos viendo, los voy a traer para acá. A la mensual voy a eliminar estas líneas porque son irrelevantes ya. Yo creo que esta línea verde es la más relevante de todas, sí, efectivamente. Y tienes un bajo más bajo que esto. Ok, estás con en el SMA 200 mensual y la última vez que lo habías tocado fue en el 2017 y antes de eso fue el 2008, 2009, exactamente. Entonces, estás en una zona donde Target debería de aguantar. Y aquí, personalmente, y sin darle tanta importancia a la tabla, simplemente por estadísticas, yo me iría en largo acá y mi invalidación estaría aquí en los 87. ¿Cuánto estamos hablando de? Ha de ser como un 8%. No, espérame, de arriba para abajo, pendejo. Si la cagas. Casi un 11% entrando acá. Y lo que probablemente veamos sería un buen rebote a la alza, tocar el promedio del 9 y después seguir tirándote. La cosa es, vienes en una tendencia bajista, en la mensual, bajos, altos, bajos más bajos, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, y ahora tienes que hacer ¿qué? Un alto más bajo. Y la pregunta es, ¿ya lo hizo acá? No. En teoría, debería de poder venir mínimo al promedio del 100 a retestearlo en los $130, tal vez 120. El peor escenario de un rebote simplemente sería los $100 y que de ahí te mande más para abajo. Todo eso se puede dar. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja y lo que te dice es que el promedio del 9 te va a rechazar en cada una de ellas. Y de nuevo, esto te lo está dando en la mensual. No estás hablando de cualquier temporalidad. Y si volteamos a ver la tabla también, vean, venimos a tocar el 97% con esta vela. Para mí esto yo estoy más en el plan de a la alza. No sé qué tanto tiempo vaya a lograr a regresar a altos históricos, porque por más que haga el chiste de que el consumidor y la economía está fuerte, saben que esto está en la mierda y está en niveles del 2008, porque literalmente la economía está en la mierda, ¿no? Entonces, ya sin hacer chistes de toda la gente que dice que no y que está muy fuerte. Entonces, esto debería ser como el final, pero va a ser un final largo. Yo me imagino que esto va a durar un rato y vas a tener más oportunidades por acá abajo, por ahí de los 88 al 85, más o menos sería tu oportunidad deliciosa. 80 sería increíble. Y ha tenido un alto histórico target en cuanto en los 267, 268, por lo que tiene casi o sea, básicamente te puede hacer casi un 2X regresando a esos máximos históricos, pero claramente la economía tiene que mejorar, los márgenes tienen que mejorar, los aranceles tienen que cambiar, etcétera, y es por eso que todo esto está jodido. Entonces, la cosa es, ¿qué tanta fe le tienes a esta cosa? Por ahora, lo primero que quieres si eres alcista es recuperar los 109, que esto ya sea el final. Recuperas los 109, después de recuperar los 109, que te lleve a los 130, de los 130 romper a la alza y poder pasar los 146, arriba de los 146 debes ir a 167 y mínimo a la baja, no llevarte este mínimo en los 87. Si te llegas a llevar estos 87.35 a la baja, muy probablemente vayas a ver los 79, entre los 86 y 77, que es lo que nos había dado el movimiento medido que teníamos antes. Vamos a ver la de 2 semanas donde estamos ante este movimiento, a ver si tenemos algo de hopium. Sí, rebotando en la media deberíamos de poder regresar a los 103 y ahí al 61%, que es donde está el promedio del 21, en los 112, y tener el rechazo entre los 111 y los 120 para abajo. Y ahora, ahí es donde puedes que hagas un bajo más alto y esto empiece a hacer una divergencia de precio alcista. Por ahora, en la de 2 semanas tienes volatilidad contrayendo, pero las malas noticias de todo esto están no en estas temporalidades, sino que la semanal estás perdiendo básicamente tu 9, tu zona azul, y ahora el 61.8% tiene que aguantar en los 96.62. Si no aguanta, vas para abajo una vez más por ahí entre los 80s. Pero quiero que vean esto. En la diaria tienes expansión de volatilidad ante este super caidón. Y también en la de 2 días. Acá lo tienes, ante esta vela roja. Y estás muy abajo en la zona de volatilidad, lo pueden ver acá. Esto puede decir que si no nos rechazan el 61%, puede caer bastante fuerte. Y eso nos llevaría más o menos al 95%, que está por ahí de mi línea meme, a los 80s. Acá lo que tiene, a ver, y también para ponerlo todavía aún más fácil. Aquí tocas mínimo, rebotas, vuelves a tocar y estás cerrando por encima. Esto es lo que quieres hacer. Quieres poner en tu tabla literalmente esto. Y voy a quitar el HPR para que lo puedan ver. Justamente lo que estás haciendo. Quieres recuperar esta zona y quedártela. Si llegas a perder esta línea meme y caes, y este es un rechazo, vas a ir a los $85 mínimo y de ahí a los 77. Y esa sería la caída más grande que ha tenido Target en toda su historia. Pero no se preocupen, es un error clérico porque claramente la economía está muy fuerte y no tiene sentido esto. Y sobre todo ahora con la nueva inflación, la inflación la vez pasada hizo que a las empresas les fuera muy bien. Me imagino que va a ser lo mismo. Entonces, es sarcasmo para los que todavía no entiendan eso. Vale, ahí está, eso es Target. ¿Y dónde estamos mal en que va a caer? Llévate los 108. 108 a la alza es la zona bastante importante por acá para el precio y puedes ver el por qué. Es un rango interesante en Target. Una vez que caíste acá en marzo, retesteaste, eso fue lo que te tiró, veniste hasta acá, retesteaste y te tiró, y ahora te tiró a hacer un bajo más bajo. Entonces, ahí lo tienes. Encima de 109, alcista, por debajo sigue siendo bajista y probablemente vayas a ver objetivos más bajos. Así que esto es como medir tu riesgo en Target. All right, let's do our Uranium.
Let's do that.
Did you ever see that movie?
No, it just sounded
No.
like what the Marines say. Hoorah.
The Al Pacino fucking Scent of a Woman. He's a blind guy, goes and rents a Ferrari and drives. This is the most bullshit fucking movie.
Oh, that movie. I've seen snippets of that.
Yeah. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, this chart, I mean, it's starting to get a nice move, bullish move up, but I mean, all we've really done is just pop back within a new range. We were pretty much held within this range for a while, actually. Trading views being a little slow. Yeah, and this just plays into just how, just how ETFs work. They're just generally slow. But they do respect ranges. And so even if we go on a 2-day, you can just see that evidently here. Whenever you'd make a move up to the range highs, this would give you a nice sell-off. You obviously can get chopped by testing the range highs a few times, but not actually holding above them. Above the range highs just generally equals a move down to the range lows. You can just see this really did start once you lost that 2-day EMA 34. That gave you a nice move down to the 100, where then that's what gave you a nice retest before bigly breaking down. That's why today I'm actually focused on the 2-day. You see in this one candle, you're about to lose the 21 and the 34. So that just tells you that, yeah, this is, potentially about to break down, but I would look for a move up first, and that's shown more on the daily. You can see that you can move down, but testing this EMA 100 should provide some kind of bounce. You can just see this rally really began once you got back above the EMA 100, which was holding this chart down for a while. So you should gauge some kind of bullish reaction off that daily EMA 100. But in all realness, you're kind of just watching to see if this just puts in a bearish retest right around that $38.40 region. And even on the 2-day, it would show just that. EMA 21 was support. You've lost it. making a move up, going past that EMA 34, because aggressive shorts are going to use the 2-day EMA 34 and target the 100. In my experience, it generally doesn't work, and you should be looking at the 21 to then give you a nice wick high rejection, targeting down under, that EMA 34 once you actually lose it, giving you the EMA 100. And that is right at $31.48. That's the meme line, and the EMA 100 at $32 flat. So you have a nice area of interest of support. You can just visually see this was holding price down. So it should, if you get a move down, act as support. So in all realness, I'm just looking for a move to $38. Watch that zone. You will get the daily 9 moving down there, within the next few days. So then that at least can give you a nice bias on if this is going to move up, we have to get back above the daily 9. And specifically this lower time frame range we had right at $37. $38, yeah, $38. So, you very well could get a bounce here, little retest up, turns into a lower high before that big move down. Because I never like disregarding the daily EMA 100 on any chart. Now, I don't know, how really this chart works around that, but I just know with any chart, specifically ones that boomers like ETFs, they work actually very well. So I don't want to disregard a breakdown all the way to $32 before we actually lose that. This can be your, bull's line in the sand. Once you lose this EMA 100, yeah, we're going to get a bigger move down. That can be an easy short setup. You just short the rejection of it, targeting around $32, giving you, it's like the flip side, right? On the 2-day, that's the EMA 100 sitting right at that meme line. Stronger. It's on a 2-day, and that should give you more confluence of a bigger bounce and or forming a range. Because that's kind of where I'm just on the camp on this chart, is that you're going to just be forming a range. It's going to take a long time. I don't think you're just going to do this and this, and I also don't think you're going to do this and this. Rather, I just think you can make an argument to range, and then just let this kind of play out for a few months, if not a few years. I mean, it's literally what you saw here, and even here. Broke down, formed a range. Yeah, so that's actually what I would want to see. And in theory, this would be bullish, because then this would actually start giving you that reset of volatility on the weekly, which granted gave you multiple sessions of extreme reads here. So, generally is a good case for at least a cool down pullback and forming a range and actually sticking to it. Let's check the monthly now. Oh, look at that. You can just see even more better, the wick high rejections coming up all the way down to test the EMA 9. Again, would just be looked at as bullish and potentially giving bulls a spring here, which then could play into making a move back to the top side of resistance. So, I mean, in summary, you should just be kind of sitting on your hands. I wouldn't be like trading this, like playing off the EMA 100, like moving up. I would rather just be playing the ranges and sitting on my hands. Short zone until you're above, and the long zone until you're under it. Anywhere within here, yeah, you can lower time frame trade, but it's just not going to be the most fun, because this doesn't move that much. So, I think playing the extremity on this chart would make it a lot more easier. I mean, if you had a bias every time it came down to $23 once it broke above to just long it, you would have caught this long, this one, and you would have been able to just not long this on the loss of it. And then same kind of idea, playing the extremity highs, you would have just been able to kind of sell off here. So for me, I would just be focused on $31.48 and really watch the 2-day, because the 2-day is kind of telling you on tonight's close that that's kind of what's brewing here. Losing the 34, next move to the EMA 100. That is sitting right at $32. There should provide you a bigger bounce. And if it doesn't, then yeah, if you start losing $31.48, I do think this can make a move all the way over time, of course, to back right around $24 to $23. So hopefully that won't happen. That would be kind of sad. This just fizzled out, couldn't hold support, and then fell all the way down. Something you have seen before. I mean, you've seen this move pop up and just fizzle out. Once you lose that $31, that's kind of like this is cooked. And it's usually downside and chop. So I think that's a good line in the sand. That's a good area to be watching. As long as you're above that, you should be bullish and just play the range. So URA is not a fun chart. It's boring, but it's nice in the sense that it does respect moving averages and those key levels, and most importantly, does like to range. So if you can just identify a range, play the extremities, you generally do on that new range have a few shots or a few bites of the apple, which is money. So
yeah, I don't know when was the last time we saw it, but we were saying if this comes here, it holds this low, it should take you higher. It didn't hold the low, and then it didn't hold this low that we marked either. So that should bring us either to the EMA 100, right? On the daily, on the 34, if not 33. And now if that doesn't hold, this is your last hope, 31.53. Beyond that, you can go way lower.
Yeah, basically. Literally. And that's what I have, 31.48.
Yeah, same shit. I mean, I'm not being,
No, literally. So 2-day EMA 100, you lose that. Yikes. It's now back within that shitty range, and $20 could come into play.
I wonder why, but by the way, I cut my long on Bitcoin. I made a net profit of $666. So lucky number.
Go.
Let's motherfucking go.
And it's still giving you that, like, all, markets today are just, again, just kind of more in that, like, baity chop, going down aggressively, going up, just waiting on news, and waiting most importantly for Friday. So,
everyone always waiting for these data points that never help anyone. Excellent.
No, never. And it just gives you the worst market until then. It's bullshit. It sucks.
Yeah, that's right. All righty. Well, you boys are done. Thank you so much for everything. Anything you'd like to add, look at, say?
No, appreciate it, boys. I'll see you on the Discord and just watch the trading alerts. Currently, we have 2 shorts running, Bitcoin and ETH. Very tight stop losses on bulls, so that can quickly get invalidated. But I'm still short and hard and looking for just a little bit lower. So we'll see how today treats us.
Let us go. I'm going to take those trades now. Thank you. Thank you.
Peace out, boys.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, chamacos.
There you go. You didn't forget it. I saw you thinking about it. Have a good one. Vale. Estamos viendo URA, que es uranio, damas y caballeros. Es un ETF, por cierto, todos los ETFs se van a hacer a través del tiempo. Acá lo que habíamos dicho la última vez, para no hacerles el cuento tan largo también, porque honestamente está muy fácil, habíamos llegado acá al máximo, no sé si es histórico o local. Ok, histórico. Llegas acá, te rechaza, caes. Y lo que habíamos dicho, esto no lo toqué, es si aguantas este mínimo, debería de esto llevarte por acá y rebotar, hacer un mínimo más alto. No lo hiciste, rompiste esto, y no nada más eso, y habíamos también subrayado esto y dicho, si te llevas este mínimo, vas a la línea meme o el promedio del 100 en la diaria, cualquiera de las dos. Y si lo pongo en diferentes temporalidades, es más, ¿saben qué? Con el HPDR me funcionaría mejor. Lo podemos ver mejor. Acá está el 61.8%. Si en realidad llegas a perder los $35, vas a los 33. Así de fácil. La cosa acá es esta. La cosa acá es bastante sencilla. Estás cayendo. Déjame lo pongo en la diaria. Yo diría que lo veas en la diaria porque la diaria tiene las invalidaciones sencillas enfrente de tu jeta. Dale 30 minutos a mi Trading View a que se reacomode. Ok, aquí lo tienes. Si te llega, bueno, te llevas el 100 y esta línea, llegas a los $33, ¿no? Que es la tierra prometida para el empuje al alza. Y esto sigue siendo alcista, sigue siendo dentro de la tendencia alta, sigues siendo alcista. Todavía no te llevas el mínimo acá en los 19 ni nada así. Este mínimo ocurrió en abril, ¿no? En el fin de los aranceles. Ahora, llegas a los 33. ¿Qué es lo que no te quieres llevar? Esto. Te llegas a llevar esto y vas a venir a los 26. Y aquí es donde harías un bajo más alto que el de los 19. Y simplemente esto se vería más claro en una tabla como de 2 semanas, por ejemplo, donde puedes ver, tienes este subidongo, caes una vez más acá, es un bajo más alto, que está también, por cierto, ahí está el promedio del 100 en la de 2 semanas. Interesante. Así que mantendría yo un ojo ahí. La diaria es la que te va a marcar la pauta. Dale 30 minutos a este pedo para que vuelva a cargar. Ahí está. Diaria te dice la pauta. Esperas un rebote acá, cortas esta entrada si te llegas a llevar los 31.69. Te llevas los 31.69 y probablemente vas a los 26. Pero esto sigue en tendencia alcista. Todavía no hay nada que lo cambie. El pedo es que tienes expansión de volatilidad ante el don paso. Y si esto llega a extremos, pues te puede tirar bastante chido. Pero es todo lo que tienes que ver por acá. No hay gran ciencia para esto, brother. Me encantaría decirte que hay mucho más y que le podemos sacar más a esto, pero honestamente es así de fácil. Un segundo. Voy a ponerme por acá para que por desgracia me puedan ver también. Ya bañadito y todo, güey. Qué fresco. Ahora sí que todo continúa tal cual, no hay nada. Es esta estupidez de los juegos de los mercados, ¿no? Que te dicen, tenemos que esperar los datos de la Fed para que el día de los datos nadie pueda tradear porque va para arriba y para abajo. ¿Saben lo que están haciendo? Están educando, esto ya lo había dicho antes, pero ahora es más claro para mí porque yo creí que era Donald Trump. Lo que están haciendo, y el pedo es para todos ustedes que son inversores que nunca entraron al mercado de NFTs, lo que están haciendo es el gobierno de Estados Unidos, dentro de Trump, los congresistas, etcétera, junto con Jerome Powell, la Reserva Federal y el gobierno de Estados Unidos, están tratando esto como si ellos fueran los jefes de un proyecto NFT y literalmente están confundiendo a todo el mundo con todas las pendejadas que les dicen diario. Todas. Ver a todos los, incluyéndome a mí. Sí, mi objetivo en este planeta es que me dejen de ver y que tenga 0 vistas para el futuro. Ese es mi objetivo en el planeta. No solamente porque soy cagante, pero porque quiero que todos entiendan que esto no sirve de nada. No el análisis técnico, estoy hablando de todo el día viendo noticias de qué está diciendo Jerome Powell, qué está bla, 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 bla. Ves tus precios, sabes tus zonas de oportunidades, sabes qué porcentajes relativos ha caído comparado con antes y dónde vas a comprar, agregar cuál es tu postura en ello y lo ves a largo plazo. Y ya. Ahora, ¿estás haciendo trading? No tienes que ver las noticias, solamente las tablas. Es lo mejor de todo esto. Entonces, no se pierdan tanto en el ruido, que de verdad es por diseño que nos están llevando a que el mercado se mueva como un proyecto de NFT. Es para que todo el mundo se pierda, para que nadie sepa lo que está haciendo, para que la gente que no sabe leer tablas y que nada más lee estupideces en las noticias pierda todo su dinero, para meterles miedo y para que duden de todas sus estrategias ustedes mismos. Todo. Y esto no debería de funcionar. Deberías de simplemente poner tu plan a largo plazo y entender que está bien. Porque si sabes que estás bien, va a estar bien. Sé que es extraño, pero funciona. Y ya, es todo lo que les tengo que contar el día de hoy. Mis estimados, ¿sabes qué? Me dice acá Ryan, tío, ¿puedes checar PayPal, por favor? Gracias a ti, me hiciste ganar $19,000 en Tesla y Oclo. Felicidades, mi queridísimo Ryan. Vamos a ver rapidísimo en putiza PayPal para ver dónde estamos. No he visto PayPal en no sé cuánto tiempo. PayPal. Vamos a ver. Estás en medio de la nada, carnal. Ya te llevaste estos mínimos. PayPal está en tendencia bajista. Y ahora lo que deberías de estar viendo es probablemente vas a venir un retesteo a los 71, hacer tu nuevo alto más bajo y de ahí continuación a la baja. Ahora lo estoy viendo rápido en la diaria. Mi siguiente objetivo serían los $50. Ahora, déjame hago esto en chinga. Uf. Ok. Wow. De su alto histórico ha caído un 83, cayó un 83% para que lo entiendan. PayPal salió al mercado en septiembre 15. La pandemia fue un recorte de 32%. Y acá el hopium que tienes es me imagino. Es literalmente así de fácil. rompes esta línea meme a la baja, vas más para abajo. Yo empezaría a acumular acá. Si vas a acumular a largo plazo y crees una vez más, yo no creo en PayPal. Yo no estoy acá para decirte como lo hago con Oclo, que también con Oclo no creo tanto como en Tesla, por ejemplo, pero en Oclo creo porque está Sam Altman y Sam Altman es claramente alguien que no le puede salir mal esto por todas las pendejadas que siempre les digo. Si estoy volteando a ver esto y yo creo de corazón, PayPal no se va a ir a cero, güey, compra. Agrega tu primera parte acá. Divídelo en 3. Una. Segunda, la pondría yo acá en 58. Me rifaría hacer esto y poner esto acá. Este sería un medio rango. Segunda. Y mi tercera, me guardaría, pero yo creo que la segunda entrada es donde más dinero pondría y la tercera sería el guardadito. Para, si llega de casualidad venir a los 44, ahí tirarlo todo. Pero empieza a ver bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Este es un bajo más bajo que este, invalida esos bajos. Entonces, hasta en esta tendencia mensual es bajista. Lo que esperaría yo que es un rebote hasta acá al 34 o al 55 en los 88 y que aquí mismo te mande al pito otra vez para abajo. Y ahora tal vez nada más viene aquí al 73 y ya. Pero es lo que yo estaría viendo por acá. Y de nuevo, esto no lo usaría con leverage. No, esta no es una acción que yo entienda, simplemente se me hace sencillo de, déjame veo, ahora ya me dio curiosidad. No estás tampoco acabado, la vez que estuvo acabado fue acá y esto lo ha dejado, puede haber más downside en este pedo. Puedes venir a la media en el 59, sí. Es la parte baja de la zona azul, con este rechazo de la media que estás teniendo, no, ¿qué es la media? ¿Qué es eso? El promedio del 5 te está rechazando. No mames lo bajista que es esta tabla. Tu siguiente alto más bajo debería ser en los 87. Y de ahí, si esto es alcista de verdad, debería de rebotar por ahí de los 75. Si llegas a llevarte la línea meme a la baja y te llevas los $60 y te vas a llevar los $60, ahí este mínimo tiene que aguantar en los 55. De no aguantar, o sea, esto va a caer más. Güey, ¿cuánto ha caído una vez más? No lo puedo creer. Pues que también, ¿para qué necesitas PayPal cuando tienes todo cripto? Y aparte, bueno, Zelle es de PayPal y todo eso. Cayó un 84%. Al precio de hoy está en 78% abajo. Esto es cuando yo volteé a ver a Tesla y que diga, güey, Tesla está así de castigada. Ahí es donde compras Tesla, ¿no? Cuando tuvimos este máximo histórico y esto bajó 75%, fue la compra del siglo. Y ahora esta fue literalmente, la compra que hice fue solamente basada en esto. Estábamos 56% abajo y dije, güey, ¿cómo no voy a comprar la primera? Si el bajo, más fuerte que ha tenido está en 70 y tantos por ciento, compro en 55, 56% y compro abajo en 65% y cualquier cosa por debajo de eso me lo llevo. Es siempre mi manera de ver las cosas para no complicarte tanto con todas las pendejadas y las noticias estúpidas. Una vez más, tienes que creer completamente en los fundamentos de lo que estás invirtiendo, cabrón. Siempre. Porque eso me hace saber que no se va a ir a cero. Eso lo entiendo y ahí es donde digo, me siento tranquilo y simplemente puedo agregar a través del tiempo para bajar mi posición. Por eso no me rifaría, por ejemplo, en Lucid, ahorita que se ve como appealing, no me rifaría a tirarme como gorda de tobogán con todo, porque no, o sea, no sé si Lucid si se va a ir a la bancarrota o no, no tengo ni puta idea. No creo, pero no estoy seguro. Y yo tengo que estar seguro. Ahí lo tienes, mi estimado. Así que dejen de ver estos proyectos NFTs que se llama Las Noticias para decirles cómo puta madre es operar estas chingaderas. Mi querísimo Julio, ¿por ¿Por qué apagué la luz, güey? Qué pendejo soy. Mi queridísimo Julio, que me escribiste que estabas registrando y tenías los problemas a la visa, te va a mandar un correo, ya tengo tu correo acá, no te preocupes, no lo voy a publicar. Y para todos ustedes que no sepan, en Salovisa, en mi sitio web, le estoy regalando $8,000. El 1 de septiembre va a ser anunciado el ganador de los $8,000. Va a ser cualquier persona que se haya suscrito gratis. Tienes 5 entradas suscribiéndote gratis a salovisa.com. Lo único que tienes que hacer para participar es ser mayor de edad, registrarte y tener una identificación oficial. Literalmente, es lo único que tienes que hacer. ¿Ok? No la caguen, por el amor de Dios. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Gracias por todo. Nos vemos en un rato. Yo creo para una me preguntó. Y ya. Pórtense bien o pórtense mal, lo que gusten. Me da igual. Yo no soy su padre. No.